Like an exciting day lined up as the election results of the three states, crucial states in Northeast will be out. The results and trends will start in just about 15 minutes. And Vishnu, do you remember the last time when Northeast elections created this kind of buzz? I'm sorry to say that because for media also there has been a tyranny of distance when it came to Northeast. This time, it's the kind of coverage and the focus on Northeast that is making this election extremely important.
And I think that has a great deal to do with how the BJP has campaigned this time around. And the fact that no other party seems to have campaigned with that vigor as the BJP, because their goal seems to be far beyond the Northeast. Remember, 6 elections after the 3 results are announced today. And it's been a process. And so if you've got this huge focus with the Prime Minister leading so many campaigns in the Northeast, then obviously the media will follow. That tends to be the way things work.
3 in Tripura, 1 each in both Nagaland and Meghalaya. And if you compare it, and that's the criticism, we'll also try and get our guest on that. Rahul Gandhi only went once, and that too in the state of Meghalaya, where the focus of his attack was largely the TMC, not the ruling alliance BJP and in fact Mr. Cornad Sangma. Let's go across in fact to our guests, those who are with us this morning. Mr. Deka, I want to start by asking you, for the BJP, of course every election you make it a big stake election, but specifically looking at what the exit polls have predicted, are you sitting here comfortably quite assured that in the end it's going to be 3-on-3 for the Bharatiya Janata Party, or is there still, some butterflies in the stomach today in the morning?
Thank you for inviting me.
There are butterflies. I can detect it. I can sense it.
No. It's not like that. See, the people vote on the basis of what the government has done and what the vision document of the party. If we go through to BJP and to the party, we have to come from the Honorable late, our Prime Minister, Bharat Ratna Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Vajpayee started the development work for Northeast, especially when he started the Ministry of Donor. That was the first thing that BJP had done from long back, 1999. After that, Honorable Prime Minister from 2014 onwards, he tried for had to carry the legacy of that development, and Northeast has seen unprecedented of development in all the across 8 states. Coming to these 3 states, Nagaland, Tripura and Meghalaya, if we see, Nagaland was a very distant area until before 2014. But when this government has come up, we have seen a lot of peace, development and less corruption-free government.
Sir, but the election that you fought in 2018, the slogan for the election was election for solution. The Naga solution is still evasive. It's not that things are completely, absolutely been done on the ground. And that's one point that the opposition has raised against the BJP in the state of Nagaland, that you fooled the people into believing that you are the party which can deliver that lasting peace.
Okay. You only said before the starting of this discussion that Nagaland has no opposition in the state. This is the only one state. So that means...
In the assembly, sir,
yes,
not in the election.
Yes, in the... But that means BJP is trying to bring consciousness among all the parties, all the organizations, and we're trying. Already 2015 Naga Peace Accord started, and soon this Naga Peace final settlement will be done, and that is the commitment of the party and the BJP-led government.
Karthik, let me come to you next. Just the broader picture for people across the country. Is this election going to be a real indicator of where we are headed in the other elections and where we are headed ahead of 2024? Or is it too remote and too isolated from a national perspective?
Morning, Vishnu. Morning, Ankit. I don't think that any state election can today be extrapolated into the national scenario. Elections have become very local. It's not just because it's Nagaland, Tripura or Meghalaya. Even if it had been Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan, I would have said the same. Because after all, in 2018, the Congress, despite winning the 3 Hindi heartland states, could barely win 5 seats combined in all 3 states, right? But I think what you said initially was very important, that it's the take-it-all attitude of the BJP that has brought attention to elections across the state, something for which even the detractors will give them credit. And the Northeast has benefited not just because of this sort of attention to elections, but I also feel that at least in terms of media attention, the Northeast today finds a lot more attention, and that has happened since 2014. The reason being that the BJP is today hungry for power and they want their footprint to span Porbandar to Arunachal and from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't think these elections have any bearing apart from sort of, being state assembly election. And they'll probably show that the BJP's presence has expanded across the country, which we already know. But as you also rightly said, that generally in the northeastern sort of state, you have this tendency where you look towards the center. I will make one exception though there. Tripura has been an exception. Even when the Congress was in power, the left would come to power when the Congress would be in power at the center. So Tripura, that is an exception. But Meghalaya, Nagaland, even Manipur for that matter, as we saw last year, they more or less swing towards the center. If not before the election, after the election, you know how things happen in these states. It's unfortunate, but that's how it happens.
And
so
also,
I don't read too much beyond the immediate results of these elections, which by themselves, I think, are extremely important for the people of those states.
Absolutely. But, also in these elections, at least where I traveled, I mean, it looked like that the local candidate is more important, the individuals are more important than the symbol or the party flag that they are carrying. And that also makes it easy for them to switch from one to other without having too much repercussions as far as their voters are concerned. But Mr. Gupta, if I can come to you, as Kartikeya was saying that don't look at it for a big bearing or a national picture, whatever the results of these elections could be. They are quite localized. But the fact is, for an election machinery like the Bharatiya Janata Party, a victory here or any sort of advantage here does help them in creating that narrative, the political optics going not only in the 6 states, but also leading up to 2024.
Look, at the end of the day, 25 seats, if I count Sikkim as well. The BJP, or rather the NDA, currently has 17 of them, and there is no reason they wouldn't want the other 8 when it comes to 2024. But even though we might not want to use the state elections as a benchmark to evaluate the prospects in the national elections next year, it is very important to understand that the BJP has the momentum that it's been carrying on from 2022, when it won 6 of the 9 states, if I count Bihar and Maharashtra and the churns in there. So today, it's not just about the development in the Northeast, the policies of the NDA in the Northeast, or the popularity of Narendra Modi in the Northeast. It's also about the electoral momentum that would serve them well in 2024. We have Karnataka coming up, which will be a tough fight. We have 3 big elections at the end of the year and a few elections here and there. So it is all about having that momentum going into 2024 with the confidence that, yes, of these 25 seats in the Northeast, we can retain at least 20.
Okay. Aarti Jairath also with us in the studio at this stage. Aarti, let's just take a look at Tripura. The fact that the left and the Congress have sort of come together, just yet another story of how, different states and you find alliance partners where it suits you. Yeah. Do you see this as being a substantive formation? The left has been dominant in Tripura in the past and they got completely overwhelmed last time around. But what do you make of this alliance, the Congress and the left?
Well, we thought it was going to be an exciting close finish, but
you don't see that happening in Tripura?
Well, apparently the exit polls have predicted a fairly clear victory for the BJP. And, except for the tribal areas where the BJP's old alliance with the old sort of tribal party is completely sort of unraveled because, that whole tribal formation has collapsed. Yeah. In the other parts of Tripura, it seems that the BJP is doing well. And, my personal feeling is that the left has shown itself, has shown a weakness by allying with its traditional opponent in Tripura. And I think that makes people not take them very seriously because they're not putting up a fight. They're, hanging on to remnants of the Congress in the hope of fighting the BJP. I think that doesn't give people very much confidence. And I think that, people in Tripura would be ready to try the BJP for one more time. Because, they have seen some kind of development, in Tripura over the last 5 years. So I think that for the left, and they did this in Bengal also, it didn't work actually. Yeah. The left and Congress combined did not work.
No, not at all.
Absolutely. Yeah. And also, you'll recall, the left and the Congress have had a very violent, bloody history in Tripura.
Yes.
And the Bharatiya Janata Party's vote bank, which was less than 1.5%, in 2013, rose to more than 44%, riding on the Congress voter, which tried and tried to dislodge the left for 25 years, could not do it. They did not see that hunger in their leaders, and they completely switched to the Bharatiya Janata Party. That also makes it very difficult, and when both these parties come together, it's those memories for the Congress voter which doesn't want to go back to the Congress party, leaving the BJP in that situation where...
And I think for the left voter also, because this is what we saw in Bengal. You know, when the Congress and the left combined to fight Mamata Banerjee, you know, the left voter just crossed over to the BJP.
Okay, it's 8 a.m. now. It's 8:01, and there's only one lead. That's in Nagaland. That's expected. That's that one seat which the BJP already has. The Nagaland situation is quite fascinating, isn't it? The fact that in the assembly there was no opposition. It was sort of all united towards, but the elections, it's not quite that. So how do you actually see that? On the one hand, in the state assembly, there was no opposition whatsoever. They were all sort of working to one cause. It would have been a fairly boring assembly, I would assume. Whereas now, of course, the elections, it's somewhat different.
I mean, it's barely different if you look at the exit polls. I think, you know, with MLAs crossing over to the NDTV, I think right now we're not predicting a particularly competitive election, nor the exit polls. We'll have to see what the final results are, but I think that what the...
Of the three states, you would say that Nagaland is the cleanest sweep for the existing alliance?
Looks to be. Looks to be. Unless there's something that every single person who went on the ground and the exit polls have missed, it looks to be a particularly clean sweep.
You know, also, but in a way, you know, Vishnu, and, you know, bear me out, the opposition more or less has given up as far as Nagaland is concerned. None of the opposition parties, whether it is the Naga People's Front or the Congress, they are not even fighting 60 seats. They could not even get candidates to fight 60 seats. All of them about 22, 23 seats. So in that scenario, you've already given, if you're not even fighting 50% of the seat, what is the hope of conversion and being in a position where you can actually challenge the ruling alliance?
I'm just curious to know why the entire Naga peace process, the entire issue of Nagalim and the entire issue of Naga identity, which is core to people in different parts of the state, why is that not a central theme in the elections which results in divergent voices?
I mean, I think that all across
because
the north,
all the promises haven't been guaranteed by any means.
I think that's correct. But I think when you know, when I was on the show last for the exit polls, Professor Sanjeev Barua was here. So I think one thing that he emphasizes that first of all, the Northeast is very complicated, right? You have many cross currents.
Yeah.
But the second thing, which we've already said today, a lot of the elections are personality driven, are locally driven. So if you have a set of local leaders who can really bring in the vote, sometimes that dampens any of these kinds of larger issues holding sway over the electorate. I suspect that's kind of the dynamic that we're seeing with the NDTV.
So Vishnu, as you said, it must have been a boring assembly. It looks like it has been in comparison to the other two states, a boring election in that sense as well, as far as Nagaland is concerned. So, but it will be, I mean, all political parties, be it the Congress, of course, the TMC, the BJP and their allies as well. The focus would be, of course, on the battle of Tripura and Meghalaya, because that in more than one ways will give us some sense, or will give us some indication, small pointers to talk about going forward as well, whether it is opposition unity or the way the Bharatiya Janata Party, of course, will then use this in their narrative ahead of 2024. Ratnadeep, our colleague, is joining us. Let's very quickly go for a live update. Election, Ratnadeep, the counting process has begun. I believe the postal votes first. What's happening? It must be a lot of buzz around you right now.
That's right. In fact, behind me is Umakant Academy, which is Tripura's oldest school, and this is also the biggest counting center among the 21 counting centers in the state. Here, already postal ballots for 14 constituencies are now being counted. The first round of counting are the postal ballots, and after that, the EVMs would be opened up, and there is already a lot of buzz behind me. You can see unprecedented security arrangements. In fact, in Tripura, you have the central forces who are basically manning the counting centers as well as the main roads leading to the counting centers. And, around this place where the counting is taking place, on all the four sides, party supporters of different parties have been, barricaded. They have not been allowed to cross a certain area, and they have all the parties. So it was a multi-cornered election. So in this area, the BJP has been kept in one side, the left and the Congress has been kept in one side, Tripura Motha party has been kept in one side. This is to ensure that there is no violence as the day progresses. So clearly the focus for Election Commission in Tripura is to reduce the chances of violence. In fact, Section 144 remains imposed around the counting centers, each one of them, and only media is allowed. Talking about the interesting politics that we saw in the elections, this is for the first time that Tripura saw, at least a tri-corner fight, if we can put it that way, with BJP and its ally IPFT, the Congress left alliance, and the newly formed Tripura Motha party. Now, if you go by the exit polls, then the exit polls are suggesting a return of the BJP, although their numbers might actually come down. But when we came here yesterday, we spoke to the opposition rank and file. They are saying that we are not taking the exit poll. We are confident that
I think
we will be able to bring about the change. And
post 8 a.m. all the analysis of the exit poll should be left behind, because now in just a short while from now we'll start getting the real results. There is no point talking about the exit polls. They have every time the exit poll comes out, there is, of course, they put everything on stake. We'll have to wait and see how accurate they are. But now, of course, it is on the real results. Vishnu,
let's also introduce our panelists who've come in and joined us. Matthew Anthony of the Congress Party, and we're also joined by Karma Paljor as well. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. We'll be joined by other guests in a short while from now. Patricia Mukim will be joining us, but let's go straight across to NDTV's Vedant, who joins us at this stage. Vedant, thanks very much. Give us an idea of the buzz around you at that polling station where you're at.
Well, Vishnu, counting has begun, and as you rightly mentioned, postal ballots will be counted first. And quick updates, what I'm being told that the Nagaland in charge for the BJP, Nalin Kohli, will be in Dimapur in just a short while from now, and the BJP will be convening a meeting of sorts of all tall leaders here in Nagaland. And because remember, the alliance between the NDTV and the BJP is very important, so the BJP will be conducting its internal meeting before they actually, before the trends actually start coming in. I'm leaving the analysis to the studio, but let me just quickly address two important points.
Because what we're actually seeing right now is the first lead. So it's sort of breaking news that the process has started. I should be over in another 4 hours or so. So Tripura, Ankit, the BJP up one. It's just a lead, not a result. That leads become results, but that'll take some time.
Absolutely. So one lead coming in favor of the BJP. Now, okay, we've just been told it's 2 now, but let's remember, it's just the postal ballot which has started, and all across, especially in the northeastern states, the number of voters are less. So significantly, the postal ballot is also in that proportion quite less. So don't hold on to these leads as consolidating. It will take some time, but 3 leads now for the BJP.
And there's up one.
They're up one, and there is already a -1.
We're only talking about Tripura right now.
Yeah.
Nagaland, that's already there in an uncontested
Nagaland,
seat.
there is
so that's
one
one
seat already with
BJP
them.
had started their innings before the voting actually took place over there.
Very interesting, Vishnu. If you're seeing these 3 leads, 2 of them already of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which they would have won last time. 1 seems to be coming from the quota of the Congress and the left. So they are up 1 already in that sense. Taken 1 seat away from the Congress and the left. And this is going to be quite interesting as the day progresses. Matthew Anthony, if I can very quickly just get your reaction on this. The Congress Party, which was a dominant force, at least the main opposition to the left till 2018. Now it seems you've already given up your position when you went into this alliance. Only 13 seats is what the Congress is fighting. And at this moment, the initial leads, though very early, you can't make any assumptions based on this, seems to be going towards the Bharatiya Janata Party and 1 from the kitty of the Congress and the left.
Good morning. Thank you, Adit. So the first thing is, I don't want to comment on the numbers which is coming in right now because the election results have been determined by the voters. So let's wait till the end before we make a comment on that one. With respect to the alliance with the left, we have fought left in Tripura, Bengal, as well as in Kerala. We are still fighting them. But nationally, we have had alliances with the left also. So the political ideology of the left is left extreme, and we have a left center or center right of the Congress political ideology. Sometimes we find a solution to fight a common enemy at some point of time in the political ideology battle. So that's what has happened in Tripura, because we found a need, a political need to have an alliance, and that's why we forged into an alliance there. So let us see how the results come in the.
May I?
5-3 at this stage,
that's what I'm saying. Just for the initial interest of our viewers and keep them engaged in this entire process. Right now, if you go by it,
6-3.
It still looks like a close battle. I mean, it's 6-3.
It's relatively close.
So at least in the postal ballot, the initial trends look like it could be a very, very close kind of a fight, 6-3. And let me again tell you that this is just the very beginning. It will change completely different, in the next 2 hours or so. But very, very interesting these trends are. Karma, what would you? In fact, Meghalaya, we are also getting 2 leads, NPP, and Conrad Sangma was also hoping that this time it will be, for the first time in 50 years almost, a clean sweep, that he's hoping that he would not need any political party support. But at this moment, so we have Meghalaya 2 out of the 59 seats that went to polls, because one seat...
It's quite
the poll
close in Tripura, Ankit. It's 6-4 at this stage. And Karma, would you like to just jump in? And yes, this will change, but it's not that many seats. It's not a very big state. So your initial thoughts, Karma Paljor, as somebody who's a senior editor over there, the editor-in-chief of East Mojo, who's been covering the elections extensively. Let's look at 12 leads right now in Tripura of 60. It's 7-5, 7 to the BJP, and Congress and Left, that alliance, 5. So the BJP and its ally, 7-5. So Karma, your initial thoughts on Tripura?
So, as far as Tripura is concerned, if you had looked at immediately after the chief minister was changed, that decision had hit the party. We all thought that, yes, sign of weakness, there is rumble in the ranks, issues will be there. But this chief minister came and did little things. One, of course, he checked violence. So violence came down drastically in Tripura. So that has been a big plus for Dr. Manik Saha. And on the ground, I went around talking to people, the urban voters. If you look at the towns and the cities and all, most of them were in favor of BJP. So that kind of gave an indication that perhaps it will not be a hung house, and the BJP will come in back to power. I think that's what the exit polls also led. We can't talk about that. Now, as far as the left and the Congress is concerned, the choice of leadership was very important. So if you look at Jitendra Chaudhary, leading the battle, I spoke to him. He looked like a leader which was acceptable by all. So there is leadership in that alliance behind Jitendra Chaudhary, who's also acceptable to the tribals.
Absolutely.
Of course, everybody's been saying that, Maharaj Pradyot Manikya will play a key role. And again, I'll stick out my head and say that he'll play a key role not because of a political party or anything like that. It's because of a tribal ideology, our ideology, that we'll ally, that we are loyal to the king. That is what you saw on the ground. People totally loyal and awed, by
Karma, just be with us for half a second. We've got Saira Shah Halim, the leader of the CPM, with us. Saira, again, many caveats. These are initial leads. But if you look at Tripura, the Congress and the left are actually up 1 at 6 from last time around. But just in the last 2 or 3 minutes, the BJP alliance has jumped up, and they're still down 1, but they've still jumped up to 13. So, are you encouraged by these initial trends?
See, these are initial trends, and we are positive that the left and the Congress will make make a good finish. So let's see what happens, because right now the tally looks
will you finish
positive.
The halfway mark is the question, or a good finish would be?
Yes.
Okay, you're still confident.
Definitely. So it's just early in the morning, and the counting is still going on. Because people are expecting BJP to win, because earlier in 2018 it had bagged 36 seats. And right now it is predicted that the left and the Congress will definitely get a lot of seats, but Let the day unfold. I think it's going to be an interesting election.
Sarah,
election verdict.
If you allow me, may I quickly ask you something? Apart in this entire Northeast election of all the 3 states, if I may say, for the left, this is actually a battle of existence that is taking place. Among all the political parties, the stakes for the left parties are actually higher than anybody else. Congress still has other states where they can hope and gain some traction. For the left, after losing West Bengal, being only in power in Kerala, if the results do not come as the way you are predicting them to be, it will be an existential crisis as far as the left parties are concerned.
I agree with you, because definitely, it's an important election. And Tripura was a very strong left foothold, a couple of years ago, till BJP wrestled it out of power. So definitely this will be quite a decisive election, and all eyes are on Tripura right now, because we are expecting the left to make resounding comeback. But like again I said, that it's still very early in the day.
Sure.
And we are hopeful, and let's see what the outcome will be.
Ankit, what's interesting, Tripura 0 at the moment.
Yeah, but also look at the Meghalaya. Nine leads have come in.
Trinamool is
4
up
right
4.
now. Yeah.
Trinamool is up 4 in Meghalaya.
NPP 3,
BJP
BJP 1.
is up 1. And the Congress is down 4.
I mean, I'm not surprised with that Congress, because largely...
But is the Trinamool up in Meghalaya by 4?
It's at the cost of the Congress party.
Nilanjan, how would you see that?
I mean, we'll have to see. It's very, very early voting, and I think
5. No, it's still 4. NPP at 5. So the Trinamool.
You can see how quickly it's jumping right now.
But it is interesting. I mean, as an early lead right now, and assuming these leads translate into results, the Trinamool, I mean, it's made a start.
See, historically, we've had hung parliaments in the state, right? It's been quite a khichdi. In fact, this time the exit polls were predicting NPP to be either close to a single party majority or a little bit less, which was unusual. So I think the big thing I'm looking for, in fact, this was the only surprising exit poll in some sense, right? The fact that there would be a single party near the majority mark. Only thing I'm looking for is whether the exit polls were correct in that sense, or are we getting to a scenario that we've typically seen in the state, which is much more of a khichdi, and there'll be a lot of post-election bargaining across parties to form government.
It's pointing to a bit of a khichdi right now.
Yeah, and let me just take you back to Tripura.
Tripura's 1 now.
Yeah, and Mr. Deka, see, because also, Vishnu, these are small assemblies. Yes. 31 is all you need to form the government. At this moment, despite being -2, the Bharatiya Janata Party in Tripura, the alliance is running away. It's at 17 leads.
Yeah, that's so important, because just in the last 5 minutes or so, there's been this huge jump.
So in the postal ballot, at least, the BJP seems to have an advantage. Same you are seeing in Nagaland as well. 10 to the BJP NDTV alliance. The Congress is yet to get any sort of lead or marking.
But Ankit, I've got to interrupt you over there. If you ask me, the real story right now is developing in Meghalaya.
That's true.
Where the Trinamool Congress is up 5 from last time. It's just too short in terms of leads from the NPP. And it's higher than the BJP at this stage. It's a trend, Aarti, and so we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. But the fact of the matter is, they are more than sort of opening their innings. They're going to be, I mean, it's important for the Trinamool, isn't it, to establish themselves outside Bengal in a big way. Perhaps this may be the place where they do it.
Well, as you know, the Trinamool is sort of virtually taken over the Congress. Most of the Congress guys have crossed over to the Trinamool.
Congress is down 7.
So the Trinamool is riding on the back of the Congress's base. And yes, I mean, if they do actually manage to keep this up, it'll be a huge breakthrough for Trinamool, that they've expanded their footprint beyond Bengal, even if it's a small state, but it's that they've expanded their footprint beyond Bengal.
They also have a local face.
This
has been a challenge for regional parties to expand out, right? Is to develop a second phase to, let's say, Mamta, right? And this is a state in which they've been able to do that because of the defections from Congress and Mukul Sangma, right? And so the question for the TMC is, does this become a prototype to expand for it across the east and the north?
Meanwhile, Ankit, look at Tripura, the BJP running away.
Running away, exactly. So, at this moment... But
I think we're beyond postal ballots.
No, it will still be, Vishnu, I think till 8:30 or so, the postal ballots will be the leads, and then we'll start getting in trends from the EVMs. But, it's very interesting. People do, if you understand who votes actually in these postal ballots, it's largely the government servants and so on and so forth. It does give you an indication of the kind of issues that people have, in fact, imbibed during the political campaign or during the election campaign. But Kartikeya Batra, just looking at the scenario right now, and as we have been saying, this may absolutely change in the next couple of hours. The BJP running away as far as Tripura is concerned, 23, though they are down 4. In Meghalaya, NPP leading with 7, TMC opening their account. Just to look at, and like you were saying, they're isolated elections, but for a party like the Trinamool Congress, which is hoping to play some sort of a significant role in 2024, they would be looking at these with a lot of enthusiasm. Take a look at the whole question of who leads the opposition alliance. Arvind Kejriwal, with 2 states and presence in 2 others, is already staking claim. For Mamata Banerjee, that is why it becomes very, very important to have a good opening account in Meghalaya.
Ankit, Vishnu, I was actually raising my hand when you were discussing Meghalaya because the devil is in the detail. I'm looking at the map on NDTV.com, which is, by the way, fantastic in terms of the graphics. Who is leading from the Trinamool Congress? So you have to understand that it is a Garo Hills fight between the Trinamool Congress and the NPP, the 2 Sangma families, right?
Yeah.
Between them, I think it's more than 1.5 dozen candidates are from these families. I think that's 10 to 15 candidates for sure. So who's leading right now in Trinamool? If you just go through Vinarsan Sangma, Mukul Sangma himself, there's a bunch of Sangmas who are leading from the Trinamool, from the Garo Hills side.
Yes.
So the Khasi and the Jaintia Hills are the areas where the Congress would expect to do well because Vincent Pala, their MP, comes from that area. That's the area where the UDP and the HSUDP would expect to do better. So these are very early trends. I may also add, Vishnu and Ankit, that as you rightly said, the Trinamool Congress is basically Congress.
Yeah.
Right? So right now, add up the Congress and the TMC, that's basically the Congress of 2018.
No, and Kartik, if you just look at building to that, the Congress itself is down 7 and the Trinamool is up 6. Right? I mean, all 6 leads over there. So there's been, it's just it's a zero-sum game. It's just been,
it will also tell you a lot. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Ankit, just to add to Tripura also.
Yeah.
So again, where are these leads coming from? You rightly mentioned that postal ballots come from areas where, say, government servants were not there, they are the ones who vote. Right now, most of the leads, again, as the map is showing you, are coming from the northern part of the state.
Yes.
A lot of the tribal seats are yet to report the first lead, which is probably why the Tripura Mota is on 0 as of now.
Also, the Congress and the left. The left has high hopes in the southern part of Tripura. That is their stronghold.
Which is the tribal belt.
Absolutely.
As well. So also on the exit poll front, folks, it is always difficult for exit polls to predict seats when a new entrant enters the picture. That happened in Delhi in 2013. If you ask C-Voter or Axis, they will also tell you that because with a new entrant, you don't know the pre-existing trends on voters. You can project the vote shares with precision, but seat share projections are much more difficult.
Absolutely.
Okay, Kartik, just 1 second. Kartik, half a second. Let's just introduce our other panelists as well. Patricia Mukim, editor of Shillong Times, joins us as well. Patricia, let's talk about Meghalaya and Tripura first. The BJP and its ally running away in Tripura. These may be postal ballots so far, but there should be other ballots also in a short while. They're down 4, but at 26 at this stage, even if the large bulk of these do remain, these leads translate into results, then at 27 is what they are right now. It's quite clear who's going to form the government, number 1. Number 2, the interesting story, while the NPP in Meghalaya is ahead, it's the Trinamool Congress at 6, which has really made their mark. So could you comment first, Tripura and then Meghalaya?
Tripura, I do not have much handle on, and I will not want to comment on Tripura because I haven't visited that state as much as I've done Nagaland and Meghalaya. So in Meghalaya, I don't think I would like to place too much score on the exit polls. I don't think that the NPP will do so well now after the polls. Earlier on, we thought that they might just come back with the BJP, but at the moment, even the BJP seems to be having second thoughts about teaming up with the NPP. So, in fact, one of the BJP leaders, a sure shot winner, he has said that he doesn't mind teaming up even with the TMC and others, barring NPP. So it looks like it's anybody's game at this point.
Okay, anybody's game at this point. Go
Vishnu,
ahead.
there is one very interesting thing, and this is what Patricia, in fact, made, what we were speaking about the last when she was there, when we were discussing the exit polls. It will be very, very interesting, like Karthike was also pointing out. In the Bengali-speaking seats, where there is a larger Bengali-speaking population as far as Meghalaya is concerned, how does the TMC do there? That will also be very, very interesting to watch, because Pratisha, last time when we spoke, you said that the Bengali-speaking population in Meghalaya doesn't seem to be the population that supports the TMC in that way. They are happy with the TMC in West Bengal. They do not see them as possibly the party to lead when it comes to Meghalaya.
Yeah, see, the non-tribal population in Meghalaya is very keen on having a strong party, a strong central party that can defend them, because they're so insecure. They've been insecure since 1979, and no single party has promised them a secure life, a secure livelihood. And they believe that the TMC too will not be able to do that. So they're rooting for the BJP.
Patricia, half a second. Matthew, Anthony of the Congress wants to come in. I know you have a point to make, but I just want to talk a little bit about Meghalaya with you, Matthew. It just seems that the votes or the seat share of the Congress has gone and flipped to the Trinamool Congress. The Congress at 4 in terms of leads is down 9. The Trinamool at 6 is up 6. So, I mean, this is what was widely expected in a sense. But, you know, it's a state where you've done very well in the past. Again, is this what you're seeing? We've seen it in Delhi also, where so many Congress votes and voters changed loyalties. In the case of Delhi, to the Aam Aadmi Party. Over here, it appears to be going to the Trinamool Congress.
Vishnu, the fact is that the votes is coming from the Garo Hills to a large extent right now. That's why we are seeing the Trinamool making some sort of a beginning. At the same time, it's not Trinamool. It is one of our leaders, who have moved, with a lot of people from our party to that side. So it is not Trinamool which is making it. Is in a state like Meghalaya. It is a people. It is a people who makes a difference to a large extent.
Yeah, but you cannot disassociate the people with the party. I mean, they've changed their loyalties, and obviously it's doing well for the Trinamool.
See, it is too early to kind of, come to a conclusion that Trinamool is doing.
It's not a conclusion, but...
these are early numbers right now. Let us see by around 12:30 and how these numbers are materializing to a majority.
Vishnu, can I also put out a sympathetic view as far as the Congress party is concerned? Your party, entire party...
Allow me to complete
you just hear my point, and then, of course, you can add to it.
Sure.
The entire party... Completely, the Congress was the single largest party in the last election, 21 seats. Almost 14 of them went to the TMC, others withered away to other political parties. On 60 seats, Congress more or less is giving candidates which are fighting the election for the first time. It has been a huge task as far as the Congress party is concerned. It's almost rebuilding a party from scratch and then trying to hope that you will be able to attract the voters who are already confused with the TMC because they saw the same faces in the Congress party and are now seeing them carrying a different flag. In that sense, what would be your realistic expectations as far as Meghalaya is concerned?
See, we expect a hung assembly in Meghalaya. We don't see any clear majority happening to any particular party at this point of time. And the exit polls, as like Patricia said, it is too, it can be too different from the reality, because the rural areas, we don't know how exactly they're going to vote, and they don't disclose the information. And the reach of the exit polls to those rural areas, because I've traveled crisscross across the state. In the last 1.5 months, so we don't...
but Matthew, just half a second. I think the big breaking story now is Nagaland.
In postal ballots, the BJP and DPP has formed the government.
32 is where they are right now. The magic mark in all these states is 31.
They are in majority.
Would you like to, Manesh, make a point on that this is a state where there wasn't really much opposition. The exit polls predicted it, BJP all the way.
And there is still no opposition right now.
That seems to be what's going to happen quite clearly. There's still no opposition.
Okay, exactly.
NPF at 1.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, exactly.
Your thoughts about Nagaland first.
Yes, exactly. It's very early indicative that we have seen this BJP plus NDTV 32, and it was very much expected from the last election as well as these elections. Yeah. So when we started our campaign, we were very much sure that people of Nagaland will bring back BJP plus NDTV into the power. The work of development have been done by the party, by the state government, is the result of these numbers that we are now seeing in the television. Yes.
So at least a happy beginning, Mr. Deka. You can at least be, smile, and possibly the laddus will start coming out in Nagaland.
The seat sharing is what, 20-40, right?
20-40, yes.
So BJP 20, the NDPP is at 40. That's 40. And you're going to stick obviously to that because the BJP's performance has been quite strong as well in the state individually.
Yes.
And the other group was, of course, the NPF. Now, a large number of NPF leaders crossed over to the NDPP earlier on. They became, much, much weaker as a result of that.
Yeah.
The Congress contested 23 seats in Nagaland. Where are the Congress? It's 0 at the moment. Yeah. 34. So the BJP and the NDPP, that coalition, that alliance has run away, it seems, with these elections.
And if we see NPF is already in NDA in the here.
That's right, yes. They are part of the NDA.
Yes.
You would have to add those. So at 35 of 60,
yes,
the BJP and NDPP are at 33, the NPF at 2. Aarti, your thoughts?
I think unexpected lines in Nagaland. But
the Congress hasn't opened its account.
Yeah, I think, these elections, all three of them, if at all you can extrapolate for the 2024 national polls, if at all, I think they just show how weak the Congress has become. And it continues to be weak. Despite a Padyatra and everything, there is a serious organizational problem in the Congress.
You're talking about it over, and just to give you a sense,
these election results are just, re-emphasizing that.
There are a whopping 23 results of seats in Nagaland which are expected, despite which the BJP and the NDPP have leads of 34. So to think that 23 in a small state is still awaited, something might happen, but it just seems, it's no competition.
And I think the Congress needs to, actually pull, it needs to look very seriously at what is going wrong with it, if it at all wants to make a splash in 2024.
We saw that in the Bharat Jodo Yatra when it began, when the Gujarat election was on, the questions of you want to do a Yatra, try and get some political mileage out of it. You are not an NGO, you did not go to Gujarat. Rahul Gandhi, post the Yatra, it was expected that, it has rejuvenated the cadre. You would see that hunger at least to go on to the ground. We didn't see a single rally in Tripura, a single rally in Nagaland, and just Rahul Gandhi going once. And I'm not putting it on him, but the fact remains for the Congress leadership as well. It just didn't seem that they are in the fight, that they had the hunger like the BJP has shown as far as these states are concerned.
And even if Rahul Gandhi doesn't address a rally, we didn't see him doing anything behind the scenes, calling meetings, trying to strategize, trying to, look for candidates. His entire party crosses over to the TMC,
in Meghalaya. In Meghalaya, and, the Congress was the largest single party.
He doesn't do anything about it.
Nilanjan, 21 of 60 seats in 2018. They didn't form the government, but the NPP came to power with the BJP, but they were still the single largest party. And compared to 21, if you look in 2018, if you look at them now, they're down 12 to just 7. Again, just leads, but...
Vishnu, one important thing, even in Tripura, if you go by these,
the magic mark.
They are at the magic number. They are BJP alliance is at 31. And while you're talking about Meghalaya, look at NPP 20 at this moment, BJP 7. So they are the party which is 27 as
NPP 20. So they're 27.
No, and also the UDP because it was part of the alliance. So they at this moment, it also looks like the post-poll alliance.
That's right.
Would have in Meghalaya also as well.
I should just warn, there's a bit of a googly in the Tripura numbers, and I think Karthikeya mentioned this as well. It's 32, but it's -4 if you look at this, and it has something to do with the way the counting goes.
No, also I think it's got to do with the South Tripura, the tribal votes. It looks like Tripura Motra has 5.
Tripura is interesting. They've got 5 up 5.
Yeah, and
so just for the benefit of our viewers, if you take a look at the Tripura a party, as it were, the Tripura Mota party. It's a new party. It's been floated by the former royal Pradyut Kishore Debbarma. The core demand is of a greater Tripura land. They came to the BJP and said that, are you actually going to consider this? The BJP had initially thought about building up some sort of a rapport with them, but ultimately they decided no, that they're not going to do that. Be that as it may, they've made a bit of a mark. They're at 6 right now, and obviously that tribal constituency has played its part. But in terms of the overall results, the BJP, is clearly ahead, and they see, and their alliance partners, the IPFT, would be interesting to see where the Indigenous Peoples Front of Tripura is actually in terms of its own performance.
They are fighting 5 seats, so largely in the big scheme of things, as of now, it's just carrying on with the alliance. They are insignificant. There is 1 seat on which there is a friendly match between both the alliance partners as well, as far as Tripura is concerned. But Karthikeya, very quickly, if I may come to you once again, Nagaland, hardly anything to talk about. Interesting what is happening in Meghalaya and interesting what is happening in Tripura. In Meghalaya, it was a very bitter campaign between the alliance partners, BJP, NPP, calling each other names. Do you still think that, and Conrad Sangma would, even despite all this, he can take help of the TMC, he can bring the Congress together, maybe with UDP, he can turn the alliance as well.
It's not going to be easy necessarily for the BJP.
No, I don't.
Or do you believe that meeting between Himanta Biswa
and Mukul Sangma getting into
despite that bitter campaign, it seems that Mr. Sangma would still prefer, and of course the party at the centre, that comes as a positive, it comes as a plus.
Ankit, if Meghalaya were a state west of West Bengal or west of West Bengal, I would have said NPP can go anywhere. But just the fact it's a northeastern state, we know the tendency is to ally with the central party.
Yes.
The BJP gets an edge for sure. But even as we speak, on the NDTV tracker, as you were showing, see, I was telling you, UDP +7. Congress, by the way, folks, I don't think will be very upset with that performance.
Yeah.
They have 7 seats. These are all greenhorn politicians, right? And the Trinamool 9. So it's essentially heading towards the same pattern as we had expected, with the NPP being the single largest
No, but
party.
Karthik, if you just look at it, NPP at 20, which is fairly strong by itself. The UDP who's with them is at 8, at 28. Just there, they are within striking range, even potentially without the BJP, right? There are 6 results awaited.
Vishnu, that won't happen, right? With 2 seats, the BJP played the role of Chanakya last time in cobbling the coalition. Now the BJP is more than half a dozen. I don't expect them to not be a part of government. I'm sure there'll be if these numbers hold.
Conrad Sangma negotiating from a position of strength, as opposed to being somewhat wary on Tuesday night when he met Himanta Biswa saying that, if things aren't working out, then let's start talking. I think that negotiating position would be somewhat different.
Vishnu, I'm not sure how strong a political wicket Conrad Sangma is on, because there are corruption charges against his party also. So there are things that BJP can also leverage within Meghalaya, which is what I'm saying, that within these regions there is a natural advantage to the central party, and I think given these numbers you can expect NPP to have its chief minister, and second, BJP will be a part of government. But with Tripura, sorry, Ankit. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that the larger point that you were making, given the recent political history, any fractured mandate gives BJP an upper hand, whether they are in any sort of position or not, with corruption charges and a lot of allegations of agencies being used. So in that sense, it becomes quite acceptable as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned to any ally in any state.
But Ankit, one more thing may I add? That there's also another angle of how these rounds are counted. So Tripura might seem at 6 right now, but it also depends on which sort of voters come to vote in the early round. As more rounds will be counted in these ST reserved seats, you might see a change in complexion. I think anything less than double digits for the Tripura Mota will be a disappointing outcome.
Absolutely, because Pradyut has been saying that he's expecting, on those 20 seats, he's expecting more than 15, and overall he was saying that I expect a number around 20 at least. That was something that he has been saying in private.
Ankit, can I add one last point? I mean, I know you have too many guests, but the fact that the Trinamool Congress today is a party of imports from the Congress just tells you about the politics of the state. Who knows what might happen to the Trinamool Congress? So I think for Mamata Banerjee to be satisfied if the Trinamool Congress gets 9 or 10 seats, will not be enough, because the challenge will be to retain these MPs for the next.
All right, Matthew had a point. Karthik, half a sec. Matthew had a point before we go across to Shillong for some live reports from there. Matthew, go ahead. Matthew Anthony,
Vishnu,
Congress
the biggest joke is Amit Shah's campaign in Meghalaya was, if you're tired of corruption, vote for BJP. And now you see that BJP is talking with NPP for a government. And then it was a...
but I think, Matthew, respectfully, the real story is not so much of the BJP, which seems to likely be far, come to power one way or the other with the NPP, but the story of the Congress, you are down 12. I mean, that is whopping in a state where in the past you've been so dominant now. The Trinamool is up at 9. There has been a direct transfer of support, it seems. Would you deny that that's been the case?
No,
half a second. I'll just come to you.
I'm not denying that Trinamool is making the benefit out of Congress laws. But at the same time, you should see that Congress is gaining also.
Okay, Matthew, we'll fix that line of yours. Yeah, Ankit.
And very interestingly, and we'll talk about the larger opposition unity and what has been said about that, because we saw the similar kind of thing in Goa as well, where the votes were divided, Aam Aadmi Party, Congress, TMC, and the same situation, if you look at it in Meghalaya as well, the TMC and the Congress dividing largely the anti-government vote between themselves, because if it was, let's say, one unit, largely, and politics is not 1 + 1 = 2, but largely it would have been at least more than 15, 16 seats as far as this is concerned. But Saurabh is in Shillong. Saurabh, very interesting election taking place there, though on the expected lines. Since 1972, if I'm not mistaken, there have always been a hung assembly. But advantage NPP, Conrad Sangma would already be thinking, or maybe already be calling people at this moment to figure out what to do next.
That's right. The NPP is pretty confident of forming government one way or the other and taking the lead in forming the government. And that, of course, confidence also comes from the fact that, look, there's already been meetings in Guwahati at that famous Radisson Blu Hotel with the Assam Chief Minister, Himanta Biswa Sarma, who's really the BJP's point person in the Northeast, the man to go to if the BJP has to consider an alliance, forming a government in any of the northeastern states. So that is, of course, one part of it. But I was speaking to an NPP minister and MLA who just arrived at the counting center a short while ago, and he said, oh, well, we're getting 33. Now, of course, that is confidence. And I asked him, so are you talking to the BJP? And then, of course, he smiled. So the NPP-BJP deal is pretty much done, even though they formed an alliance and came to power and then went their separate ways before the elections. That alliance seems to be already a work in progress. And like you were saying, yes, Conrad Sangma would possibly already be making those calls or having these meetings, etc., to ensure that he remains Chief Minister of Meghalaya. But there is another player also, apart from the UDP and others. The Congress, of course, is also there, but the Meghalaya TMC. And the Meghalaya TMC is expecting to have seats in double digits. And if these leads play out, they are, I think, at 9 leads at this point. If these leads play out, if they're in double digits, around 13 to 14 or whatever that figure may be, then the Meghalaya TMC could also, look at possible permutations and combinations. And Abhishek Banerjee, the National General Secretary of the Trinamool Congress, is expected in Shillong by afternoon. So is Conrad Sangma, the sitting Chief Minister, and other, leaders of the Meghalaya parties, because that is really when the parleys will start, the talking to each other will start once they have the numbers in their hands. And that is around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So yes, the leads are coming in, but there already seems to be moves being made. But those moves will firm up once those results are more or less finalized, or there is a clear indication of who has the numbers in terms of the parties that are, now talking to each other already, as we've been told.
Saurabh, all right, Saurabh, we'll come back to you in a while. It's all turning out to be very interesting. I just want to turn our attention once again to Tripura. Now, in 2018, the BJP had won 36 seats or 43.5% of votes. And the IPFT, their alliance partner, had won 8. Now, we don't have a complete breakup at this stage, but the alliance together is at 38. So well past the halfway mark. So that seems absolutely clear. But I think it would be interesting to see of those 38 if the BJP itself has improved on its performance from last time around. In other words, has the IPFT declined as was widely expected to be the case? That's one thing that we need to look at. Has the BJP gotten stronger?
Yeah, but Vishnu, IPFT is only fighting 5 seats. So in that sense, they are fighting less number of seats what they did in the previous election. But, you know, interestingly, this, as Karma was also pointing out...
They're also down 5, the alliance, from last time.
Yeah. So, but if, you know, we still have Karma with us, as Karma was pointing out that this is happening despite, and this is now a formula that the Bharatiya Janata Party uses state after state. Whenever there is a chief minister who has any hint of anti-incumbency or is unpopular, they change the chief minister just ahead of the elections to give somebody, you know, it's a challenge for the newcomer, but it still gives people the hope that, you know, they are trying to figure out how to move forward. Karma, in that sense, Dr. Manik Saha, if these results hold, does he still become the chief minister in, you know, Tripura, or there is still a question mark? Because the last I spoke to him, he kept saying that this is something that the party would decide. But this is a strong performance if the BJP comes back to power.
You know, we all know with the BJP, the question mark is till the end. Difficult to say. But from the interview that I saw of Manik Saha till yesterday, you know, I saw a more confident man. When I interviewed him in his state, he didn't look like, you know, a chief ministerial candidate. He didn't look so confident. But from the body language and the way he spoke yesterday, I think that there is a chance that the BJP will give him a second chance, looking at the incremental small changes that he made in his tenure as the chief minister and how the people have really liked what he's done. Small things, but impactful things like bringing down violence.
Yeah.
Which was big in Tripura.
You know, very interesting. And also this Tripura election is going to be like whether Dr. Manik Saha comes back to power as the chief minister. It's the story about one Manik Sarkar who ruled Tripura 20 years. This time has not fought the election because the left wanted to give chance to young faces. In a sense, Aarti, this would also be, you know, curtains on his political career in that aspect. I mean, coming almost, you know, coming end of an era as far as the left is concerned, with one of their very tall leaders, a man who ended up with a bank account of, you know, 3,000-4,000 rupees in his account. He's somebody, I met him, and very grandfatherly, you know, kind of a man who would speak
and very
to you.
Simple, very simple, humble,
exactly. So it will be, in that sense, an end of an era in politics of Tripura and left parties as well.
Well, I think the era ended when he lost the elections last time, frankly. You know, because he had, you know, sort of run that state for so long. And once he was defeated, I mean, I think it was really, you know...
You know, I think what's fascinating is, and Aarti, why don't you talk us through this? If you look at Tripura, and we've got the breakup of the BJP and the IPFT finally. The BJP is at 39, that's up 3 from last time around when they had 36. And the IPFT, which had 8 seats last time, is at 0. So this is 100 on 100 for the BJP. This is a BJP government coming to power, most likely. I mean, we don't expect very many changes over here, without any alliance partner.
Yeah, and IPFT is 0.
In fact, you know, the IPFT has been going through terrible churning, you know. I mean, its MLAs have left, they've crossed over to the Tripura Mota. You know, I mean, what is left of the IPFT?
Congress is one in Tripura. It's just one.
You know, I suspect this is going to be Sudip Roy Burman. I mean, he's the strongest candidate that the Congress party had. He was the lone candidate who came back after winning the by-election. So I suspect he's possibly going to be, I don't know which seat they are leading at.
I mean, this is hats off to the BJP because they have really consolidated themselves in the non-tribal areas of Tripura. Now, I think the really key thing to look at is how well the Tripura Mota does.
Right.
You know,
6.
what happens to the tribal vote? Because that is going to be a key challenge for the government.
It won't have a bearing on the outcome of the results. But they're at 6.
For governance.
They contested, 42, I think, right?
For governance, if Tripura Mota really comes out as a major opposition figure, you know, with its demand for a separate state or more autonomy, it's going to be a challenge for the new government in Tripura.
If Pradyut can stay course, he can build on from here. I mean, it's a great beginning for him.
And that demand, you know, will have to be addressed.
Absolutely.
You know, I don't think the government,
in fact,
the new government in Tripura
also started with that demand. IPFT with BJP started with that demand, and then they came together for greater autonomy and so on and so forth. But Ranjan, may I also you know, just propose another theory that the reason why the BJP is doing exceptionally well, because we saw such a huge campaign for indigenous people, tribal rights, a greater Tripura land, did it somewhere resulted in a counter polarization or consolidation of the Bengali speaking vote, with the majority vote as far as Tripura is concerned? Because traditionally, Tripura is not a place or a state which has seen religious polarization. It's a Hindu majority state. So BJP's usual tactics wouldn't have worked. So is there somewhere you can argue that possibly a counter consolidation to what Tripura Mota was suggesting in the state?
So I think there are a couple of things happening at once. I think there is a counter polarization. I think also you're seeing the left and the Congress dimming, and their seats would have also been the non-tribal seats. So if you think about in non-tribal seats, BJP versus either Congress or left competition, the BJP is more ahead than it used to be. I think the third thing, which is a very interesting change within Tripura's politics, is that, look, they have changed the chief minister.
Yeah.
It is no longer a personal. We were just talking about personality-driven politics everywhere in the Northeast.
Not the case.
That is not the case in Tripura, right? Tripura is, it's now becoming party-driven politics. You can win votes on BJP. You can win votes on Modi, right? And so that is a huge change from a state in which we used to think of the CM from CPM and Manik Sarkar as being the face of the state.
Yes.
Manash, I just wanted to ask you, and you know, Ankit was discussing this with us a little while. If you look at Nagaland, Christian majority state, it's one heck of a saffron wave. And you know, I mean, it's part of what the BJP would like to do to identify itself as reaching out. And this is what Modi has spoken about. This is what the RSS chief has spoken about, reaching out to other religions. Don't begrudge people for another faith. The BJP's own performance in Nagaland, if these leads translate to results is that they're up 5 from last time around, and of course the NDTV is up 15, so they are coming to power quite clearly. So a greater acceptance of the BJP in states which are non-Hindu?
Yeah, if we see, Vishnu, BJP is able to explain and convince the people of Nagaland that BJP is not an anti-Christian or not like that party. So our party was able to convince the voters, and Honorable Prime Minister is able to connect to the voters of Nagaland. And the peace and development that had happened in last 9 years is the result of this. It's one of the parties that cultural, one of the is the development, and one is that BJP is able to convince the voters. That's the main thing. Our Honorable Home Minister have campaigned a lot. The Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, has campaigned a lot. And the present State President, Mr. Tamjen Imna Along, he is traveling wide across the Nagaland, and he is connected to the youths of the state, and he has convinced this people.
It's very interesting, Vishnu, to look at, of course, the way the BJP changes tactics and their strategy.
No politics of religious conversion, which we'll talk about in Karnataka endlessly.
In Karnataka,
and over here, this will not be mentioned.
You will have cases in Madhya Pradesh. You will have attacks, there. But and the most important thing, beef has become such an important thing to the BJP's larger. Narrative when you talk about, especially in the Hindi-speaking states. But when they go to, let's say, Goa, or when they go to, in fact, Northeast, that completely takes a backseat. They will then come out and say...
Meghalaya BJP chief said, I eat beef.
I eat beef myself,
yes,
exactly.
He was very proud about it.
So that's the changing tactics. And let me go across to Anthony. Actually, he wanted to make a point. Anthony, just because I have, at this moment, Tripura open on my dashboard, for the Congress, it's one lead that I can see. It's +1 to the Congress party. the alliance, and that was something that a lot of people were talking about, that the key challenge for the Congress is to try and get the voters back from the BJP, those who had gone to the BJP, and then transfer vote as far as this alliance is concerned. Left was still guaranteeing that it's a cadre-based party, they will be able to transfer their votes. Has the Congress or the alliance failed in that vote transfer scheme as far as at least the leads at this moment look like?
Too early to kind of say the final results, but at the same time, it seems like it has not worked. But as a political party, we have attempted, what we have to attempt with respect to an election, and let us see how it has the final outcome. Then we'll be able to make a qualified statement at that point of time. Now, I also want to come on that political emptiness of BJP when it comes to the northeast states. Because they sing hallelujah in Nagaland, and they have an anti-conversion in Karnataka. They have an issue with the conversion in Madhya Pradesh. They have an issue with beef across the country. So I want the viewers as well as the countrymen and people to understand the political emptiness of BJP. Election winning is a different thing. We have to respect the people's mandate.
But I think, Matthew,
emptiness?
Respectfully, in as much as you make that larger point, I think questions would perhaps need to be asked more of the Congress party. If you look at your performance in Nagaland, if you look at your performance in Tripura, and if you look at your performance across the state, it's been fairly awful. You aren't opening your mark in some states. In the case of Tripura, the Congress is at 1 right now. I mean, that's shocking, isn't it? So in as much as you say, look, the hollowness of the BJP, in a state like Nagaland, Christian majority, where is the Congress?
You've not been effectively able to take that message to the voters. They're not buying the argument that you're putting across on television, and that's the result.
Why is it that Rahul Gandhi did not campaign a lot more? Why is it that you saw Amit Shah, Mr. Nadda, the Prime Minister go on and on and on and on? It's all very well to say that Rahul was doing Bharat Jodo. That's very great.
Yes.
Perhaps you brought, but what about elections? That's the bread and butter for political parties. The Northeast is where the Congress used to dominate. In a state like Meghalaya, you were a real force. Where are you now?
We had our Congress president campaigning in Nagaland.
Right, well, that's not really worked, has it? So, I think the criticism of the BJP can wait for another day. Yeah. At this stage, I think the focus needs to shift progressively over the next few hours to the process of governance. Because that's what people want.
The election performance, we will reflect on it after we conclude the election results by evening. And then we will have to look into it. But at the same time, Rahul Gandhi was very clearly focusing on the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which is a larger mission of 2024, and plus the future of this country also. Because you cannot discount the BJP's hollowness because they are blatantly lying to the people of this country. Whether they are doing a marketing, whether they are doing a reaching out to the people.
Well, perhaps the Congress needs to look at marketing as well. You are down 14 in Meghalaya.
Do you agree with the blatant lying? Do you agree with the blatant lying? Whatever you call it as marketing, whatever you call it as perception creation, the blatant lying of development.
Sir, in the end, the voters have to agree or disagree. They are the ones, those who are choosing to, give whatever result that they decide, or whosoever they want to trust their vote with. But Tushar Gupta, senior editor Swaraj, also with us. Tushar Gupta, at this moment, let me say, just almost 1 hour into the counting process, what is the big headline as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned? Are you looking at this with, a clear government in one state? And of course, a government where in Tripura, you are forming, almost looks like you are forming on your own. And, as Niranjan was saying, kingmaker in one state for the Bharatiya Janata Party doesn't look like a bad start of the day.
Absolutely not. The momentum is with them. Tripura and Nagaland would be 1 before 10 a.m. in the next 1 hour itself. And Meghalaya, the alliance may come into being before noon itself. So we were hoping for a long day, because these are smaller states and exit polls can go wrong and the voting numbers can obviously change. But it looks like the momentum is with the BJP. But that one big news for me today would be, where do we see TMC as a national party ahead of the 2024 polls? Because Mamata Banerjee has been desperate to carve out a footprint out of West Bengal.
But Tushar, there's an answer to that. If you look at their performance in Meghalaya, they're up 10. There was 0 last time. They're at 10 seats. Is that not credible as a start in Meghalaya in the northeast and going beyond Kolkata and West Bengal?
I take your point. But for a national election to be projected as the opposition's leader against Narendra Modi, of all people, 10 seats in Meghalaya, 10 leads in Meghalaya rather, would not really help in the first half. You have to come down with a heavy performance. You have to show that you are the challenger to Modi. And this has not happened for the second time after Goa. So I think after Kejriwal in Punjab, we have the debate settled on Mamata Banerjee as the national opposition leader to Narendra Modi. But for the BJP, it's momentum, more momentum going into 2024. They would be walking away smiling from this.
Aarti, would you agree? 10 I would suggest a fairly credible start for the Trinamool. Perhaps not enough to be considered as the dominant face of the opposition. So how would you assess the Trinamool? I mean, projecting forwards.
Well, listen. Of course, it's a great thing that Trinamool has got some kind of a footprint now beyond Bengal. But at the same time, this is not a vote for Mamata Banerjee or for Trinamool or for the Trinamool's politics, right?
Right.
I mean, they're basically riding on the back of Mukul Sangma, who is a dominant figure in the, Garo Hills, and on the back of all these Congress defectors who joined the TMC.
Yeah.
So, I don't think Mamata Banerjee can claim this as a feather in her cap. It's not an achievement for her or her party. So, as far as the national elections are concerned, look, today, if you look on a national scale, there's really nobody to challenge Narendra Modi. I think the attempt of the opposition would be to make this an aggregate of state elections rather than a national election, because they do not have a face to take on Narendra Modi.
Even if you aggregate the opposition results in the northeast, it's nothing substantive at all.
No, but also I think, Vishnu, for the opposition, possibly one lesson, of course, would be that you can't go into the fight of 2024 hoping or banking on a face to take on Narendra Modi. It will have to be a state-by-state kind of an arrangement where the stronger party takes on the BJP juggernaut. Possibly one lesson and possibly a early realization from Mr. Kharge as well, like he made the statement yesterday. We are not saying that we are going to lead. It is going to be, we'll talk about how the opposition can work together, so and so forth.
Just before that, he had said the Congress is going to lead.
Yeah.
So, somewhere the Congress needs to do a reality check.
True.
And understand that it is not the dominant party that it used to be. Yeah. It is really fading fast. And these election results, more than showing the BJP's dominance, really showing the Congress's decline. Continuing decline,
I think the surprise is not that the BJP...
One result in favor of the Congress in Nagaland, they contested in 23.
Yeah.
That incidentally is one up from where they were in 2018, but still it's pretty
Tripura
shocking.
as well. Last time they dropped to below 2% vote share, right? In some sense, we're talking about the left Congress alliance, but when you're bringing less than 2%,
just one in Congress. Last time there was 0.
So we're comparing it to the Bengal alliance, but in fact in Bengal in 2016 and so on and so forth, the Congress was bringing much more firepower to the alliance than Congress ever was in Tripura, right?
One thing that I would be also very interesting, that I would look at, especially in Tripura, is the vote share that the left has been able to retain, because we saw in 2018 it was a complete role reversal. Congress from over 42% came down to less than 1.5, BJP from 1.5 went up to 44, and left still held on. It was about 41% votes, if I'm not mistaken. If they are able to hold on to that vote, it will tell you it will at least give some hope to the left parties. If they are not able to, then the BJP not only has eaten away the Congress vote, it has also taken away the left vote as well.
They're down 2 seats,
but only down 2 seats from last time, so it's holding pretty well.
It's holding
in terms of the overall vote share that they get.
Yeah.
So just in terms of a quick summary of the Tripura situation, because I think it's the most fascinating, of all of these states, just in terms of the BJP itself, without the IPFT, which is its alliance partner, the BJP has grown by 3 seats. They've done very well last time around. Remember that magic mark, 30 is the halfway mark, 31 is what anybody needs to cross that halfway mark. The BJP is actually up 3 from last time. They were at 36 last time, so 39. They formed the government on their own, no two ways about that, assuming these leads translate into results, which in most cases they do. The IPFP, their alliance partner, has declined substantially, and that's something that we need to look at, why exactly that has taken place. The Tripura is the other factor. In Tripura, they're up 6, so the erstwhile royals and the tribal vote having some sort of an impact. There will be a political player going forward. The left, the CPM, all things considered, not very bad compared to last time. It's just they're down 2, but nowhere close to coming back into a state where they were absolutely dominant. Congress performance absolutely disastrous. But I think with the point that Ankit makes, that the vote share of the CPM possibly would more or less be holding.
Yeah, and Vishnu, for Tripura Mota also, 6 seats is not something that Pradyut Burman is going to be very happy about.
Yes.
His performance and the way he
42,
campaigned.
right?
Yeah, but more importantly, on those 20 tribal seats, he was hoping to sweep those 20 tribal seats, and that was the kind of response that he was getting from the ground as well. I think largely, also, it's too early. But I can stick my neck out and say we can call the Nagaland election. I don't see anything.
Okay, we've got Manik Saha. We've got a couple of reactions coming in. Manik Saha talking about what he's seeing so far. Let's take a look.
Joining us on this broadcast is Tripura's Chief Minister, Dr. Manik Saha. Dr. Saha, exit polls are predicting that your party is returning back to power. When we were, following your campaign, you were talking about tsunami. Now, exit poll has given some numbers. Would you like to predict the numbers of the seat that you are going to win?
So far, yesterday we have seen the exit polls results, and we are expecting. And what I said earlier, that it may be recorded tsunami also. So it may happen, I'm sure. Because this government, BJP-led government, and by the grace of our Honorable Prime Minister, we have done a lot for the people. So, because we are good student, so why not the result would be good? So, in the whole the year we have worked for the people, right from vaccination up to this Prime Minister Awas Yojana, then Prime Minister Kishan Samman Nidhi, and so on. So in every aspect, we are for the people, for the general people, for all classes of people. So why not we'll get the result.
मगर अगर आपकी सीट कम पड़ गई, किसी तरह से आपका जो मैजिक नंबर है उससे कम पड़ गया, तो क्या रणनीति है बीजेपी की?
सवाल ही नहीं उठता है, मैंने बता दिया. जो सुनामी होने का चांसेस है.
रिमोट चांस में त्रिपुरा मोथा को अप्रोच करेंगे?
नहीं, ये तो यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट व्हेन इट विल कम देन विल टेल लेट यू नो. नाउ इट इज नॉट इन आवर माइंड.
चुनाव के कुछ महीने पहले आप मुख्यमंत्री बने और आपकी लीडरशिप में जो त्रिपुरा बीजेपी है वो इस चुनाव में गई. आगे चल के आपकी लीडरशिप में ही आप सरकार बनेगी अगर सरकार आई?
देखिए, हमारे यहाँ लीडरशिप जब पार्टी जो भी डिसीजन देते हैं, जिनके ऊपर दायित्व दिया जाता है, और सो फार माइन इज कंसर्न, जितना काम अभी तक पार्टी की तरफ से दिया है, तो मैं कोशिश किया उसको अच्छी तरह से निभाए. पृष्ठा प्रमुख इंचार्ज मुझे बनाया था, फिर बूथ मैनेजमेंट इंचार्ज बनाया था विधानसभा में 2018 में, फिर 19 में भी बनाया था, फिर मेंबरशिप ड्राइव उसके लिए भी इंचार्ज बनाया था, फिर प्रेसिडेंट भी बनाया, फिर राज्यसभा का सदस्य भी बनाया, फिर मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, फिर मुझे एमएलए के लिए लड़ना पड़ा, फिर से अभी मुख्यमंत्री होके लड़ना है.
व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से टू योर ओपोनेंट्स?
मैं क्या बताऊं इनका, तो देखिए कल दूसरा कुछ बोलेंगे इनका. वो हमेशा पहले तो एग्जिट पोल के बारे में नहीं बता रहे थे. पहले तो ये लोग बोल रहे थे पूरा ये लोग आ रहे हैं, खाली समय का ये है, खाली टाइम का इंतज़ार कर रहे थे. अब जैसे एग्जिट पोल आ गया, अब एग्जिट पोल को उल्टा सीधा बोल रहे हैं. तो कल जब पूरा रिजल्ट निकलेगा फिर दूसरा कुछ बोलेंगे. तो इन लोग पहले ये सोचे, ये 5 साल ये लोग कौन सा काम किए? 5 साल तो कोई काम नहीं किए, खाली बोल रहे हैं यहाँ पर गणतंत्र नहीं है, गणतंत्र नहीं है. तो गणतंत्र नहीं है तब कैसे बोल पाए ये लोग?
So that was the incumbent Chief Minister, hoping by the evening he will still be the Chief Minister after the results of Tripura are formalized.
He doesn't seem very happy over there. The results would suggest otherwise. He's done fantastically well.
Yeah, but you never know with the BJP. I mean, they can change Chief Ministers and still get away with it. But let's also try and get a voice from the opposition as far as the state of Tripura is concerned. Jiten Chaudhary, the man who was hoping if the results were in favor of the left and the Congress alliance to be the face who would lead that alliance. He spoke to our colleague Ratnadeep just a short while back. Listen in.
Joining us now is the State General Secretary of the CPIM in Tripura, Mr. Jitendra Chaudhary, who has actually led the CPIM Left Front and Congress alliance in the Tripura election. Sir, the exit polls really perhaps doesn't give you much hope. In fact, the left Congress alliance in most of the exit poll is not doing well, particularly your partner party Congress. How do you see this situation?
Actually, that exit poll, what some of the institutions or channels, what they have published, it is not the actual scenario, actual post-poll scenario or pre-poll scenario of this election in Tripura. Actually, it has been associated to satisfy the ruling party, and very particularly after the 16th February, that polling defying all odds, defying all sort of the BJP's, their that is also their attempt to once again to manipulate the election. It was corrupt like anything by the people of the state, and of course ECI also has taken some positive initiative this time. So it has demoralized the BJP.
Has really the vote transfer between the Congress and the left front has taken place or not? That's the big question perhaps in the minds of many of your supporters as well.
Actually, it is not necessary. Of course, this time since left and Congress has forked in the seat adjustment, there is a added advantage created definitely. And also people, they also brave to face, to counter all sorts of the onslaughts which were perpetrated by the BJP, and people has voted. And if you go by the incidents took place, even there were in many places till 3 a.m., 4 a.m., their attempt to terrorize their voters. हम लेफ्ट फ्रंट कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी हम लाएंगे और कांग्रेस को भी अच्छा सीट मिलेंगे.
All right, well, let's go straight across now to Ratnadeep. He's been tracking all the developments in Tripura. A large crowd behind you. It seems that the BJP is going to be coming back to power over there. What's interesting is that if you take a look at the leads thus far, and again we need to mention that these are leads, a large number of these will be postal leads. The BJP is actually, the BJP and its ally, the IPFT, actually down 5 from last time. But the BJP as a party alone is up 3. And the reason the alliance is down 5 is because the IPFT has not opened its account so far as these leads are concerned. But I think that hardly matters given the performance of the BJP. Give us a sense of what's happening around you.
That's right. In fact, the early postal ballot leads gives a clear edge to the BJP, although IPFT has not been able to open its account. We are at Agartala. You can see there is already early celebrations at the BJP side of the counting center. You can see BJP supporters already celebrating here. We have a lot of women supporters of the BJP. We'd like to talk to you. Early जो trend है postal ballot में, वह देख रहे हैं कि BJP आगे चल रही है. आप लोग बहुत सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं. क्या ये सेलिब्रेशन बहुत जल्दी नहीं हो रहा है?
देखिए, एक तो बात ये है कि बैलेट बॉक्स का जो वोट है वो आप लोग भी जानते हैं, ये फंडा है. देखिए, सरकारी कर्मचारी जो है उन लोगों ने बीजेपी को खुल के वोट दिया. तो आप सोचिए, जो सरकारी कर्मचारी एक जन है उन्होंने वोट दिया, उनकी फैमिली में 5 जन होंगे, उन्होंने भी तो बीजेपी को वोट दिया ना. और इससे भी ज़्यादा हम इसलिए खुश हैं, बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने क्या किया, प्रचार से ज़्यादा काम किया. उन्होंने 2 रुपए का काम किया, 100 रुपए का प्रचार ऐसा नहीं किया, उन्होंने 100 रुपए का काम किया, प्रचार 1 पैसा पे भी नहीं वेस्ट किया. तो जनगण ने देखा है कि त्रिपुरा के लिए उन्होंने बहुत कुछ किया. महिला संरक्षण से लेकर शिक्षा के लिए बहुत कुछ उन्होंने किया. ठीक है, तो इसीलिए हम लोग जीतेंगे, वही हम लोग को पता है. और इसी के लिए ये जो भीड़ देख रहे हैं ना, ये पैसा दे के नहीं आए हैं, ये अपने इच्छा से आए हैं. ये भीड़ आपको पैसा दे के नहीं मिलेगा, ये जो है ये जनता का आशीर्वाद है। मोदी जी ने जो त्रिपुरा के लिए किया है, बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने जो त्रिपुरा के लिए किया है, उसी के फलस्वरूप हम लोग मोदी जी को ये त्रिपुरा स्टेट एज ए पद्मफूल गिफ्ट देने वाले हैं। बीजेपी बस
There you are, these supporters clearly saying that you know, these early trends actually is something that they were expecting, and there is early celebration in the BJP camp. We have this gentleman, क्या नाम है आपका?
अभिक भट्टाचार्य।
और ये जो आप लोग हम देख रहे थे, आप लोग पटाखे फोड़ रहे हैं, नारे बजा रहे हैं, दे रहे हैं, तो ये जो सेलिब्रेशन है, ये अभी से पोस्टल बैलेट निकला है, क्या ये ट्रेंड चलता रहेगा?
ऐसे ही चलेगा, ये 100% श्योर है, बीजेपी आएगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो अलायंस हुआ है, राहुल गांधी जी ने पहले ही समझ लिया, इसलिए उन्होंने या गांधी परिवार का कोई भी यहाँ पर आया नहीं है, ये 100% श्योर है बीजेपी यहाँ पर आएगा।
So there you are, one of the BJP supporters flagging the fact that none from the Gandhi family of Congress campaigned here, and they claim that the top leadership of Congress understood that they're not going to win. You can see this celebration in the BJP camp here already. With
Celebrations there, Ratnadeep. Just a word of caution for our viewers. If you go, and we'll give you a breakup, at this moment of all the 39 leads that the Bharatiya Janata Party has, there is 38 leads are coming in because of the postal ballot leads, and 1 lead is because of round 1, which has started as far as the EVMs are concerned. So all these, largely these leads have come from the postal ballot. But interestingly, Vishnu, Congress and left, 12 leads from postal ballot, 3 leads are coming in from the EVMs, and for Tripura Motra, all the 6 leads are because of the postal ballot. So very, very interesting. In fact, so we'll have to possibly hold our horses for at least another hour before anything can be said conclusively.
21% of the votes are for the Congress and left and postal ballots. 68% for the BJP and the IPFT.
But if these are postal ballots, I think we should really,
absolutely, we should hold our horses for at least another hour.
But I didn't realize that they haven't yet started counting.
Before we go to Saurabh,
they're very slow.
Before we go to Saurabh, who is joining us from the another exciting election of Meghalaya, which is taking place, 2 very interesting things which are coming in as far as the leads of Tripura are concerned. One, of course, from Dhanpur constituency, Pratima Bhaumik, minister, tribal face of the Bharatiya Janata Party. She's a current minister in the Modi government. She is fighting Manik Sarkar's constituency, which was almost the most safe constituency as far as the left is concerned. If she wins that, it also tells you the story of how the left vote is shifting. And the other important highlight, at least at this moment, is from the Kailasahar constituency, Mubashir Ali. He is a Bharatiya Janata Party candidate, a Muslim candidate on a BJP ticket, is in the lead right now as far as Kailasahar constituency is concerned in Tripura. Let's quickly go across to Saurabh, who is joining us from Shillong. Saurabh, postal leads at this moment would be giving a lot of hope to Conrad Sangma. What's the latest? Has the EVM opened? How many rounds?
Well, we're just waiting for an update on that. We were given to understand that EVM counting is about to begin. It could have begun. But also what we know is that, look, if you look at the leads right now, Conrad Sangma wouldn't be too unhappy with these figures. Look, the BJP is 10, which means it goes up by 8. And that would make the BJP also extremely happy, because that would only give them more bargaining power. And we know how important bargaining power is when there is a hung assembly. So 10 plus 22 takes the NPP BJP alliance past the majority mark. If these leads, and like you said, yes, these are very early leads, these are not results, that, health warning has to be there. But if you look at these numbers, then TMC is leading in 10. This is also something that the TMC was hoping for, double digits. And double digits is, if they stay in double digits, that gives them an impact. Their national expansion plans, national party status, all of those things are in tune with their Meghalaya plans. And Abhishek Banerjee, the National General Secretary of the Trinamool Congress, is expected in Shillong this afternoon. Mukul Sangma, we are beginning to understand, is already in Shillong. He's also the senior, former chief minister who's led the TMC campaign in Meghalaya, the face of the Meghalaya TMC, while Abhishek Banerjee has managed this entire campaign. The TMC's National General Secretary in charge for these expansion plans of the TMC. So it's the Congress as far as the leads, of course, that seems down and out, 6 so far and others 3. So Conrad Sangma, if he gets around 25, he would clearly be in the Chief Minister's chair again. And remember that meeting with Himanta Biswa Sarma has already happened. Now, the BJP in Meghalaya was never going to be in a position to form its own government. That was out of the question always. What was the BJP's plan? The BJP's plan was to get to a figure of seats where it could call some of the shots. It could have a bigger say in government, and that role the BJP seems to have achieved in Meghalaya with its 10. Now, of course, the leads show 22 to NPP, TMC 11, BJP 9, 8 UDP and 6 Congress and 3 for others. So these leads are along predicted lines. The hung assembly in Meghalaya always happens. There are always post-poll alliances. These figures will actually give you, if they stay like this, then you're pretty sure which way the winds are blowing. Because remember that late night meeting between Conrad Sangma and Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, who's really the BJP's point person in the Northeast, handles all these alliances, all these post-poll tie-ups and all the other nitty-gritties for the BJP. That meeting with Conrad has already happened, giving you an indication that the NPP has already opened its doors to the BJP. So clearly, Meghalaya, very similar situation to what happened earlier, and it seems like, at least as far as the leads are concerned, that Conrad and Himanta Biswa Sarma would be looking at striking a deal.
So I think, it's again important to point out to our viewers that a large amount of what we are looking at across all the 3 states are postal ballots at this stage. So to that end, it is a bit slow, perhaps a bit slower than we had expected. But whether there would be any substantive changes or not, that is something we need to see. But one way or the other, it is very much the BJP which is establishing itself as a dominant force in the Northeast. It's very likely that they will come to power in Meghalaya as well. But if we talk about Meghalaya for just a moment, in terms of if you were wondering at some of the key constituents, the key leaders, the big faces, it's more or less operating according to predictable lines. The one Congress leader who is doing well, widely expected, Vincent Pala, he is leading over there. But in terms of some of the others, Conrad Sangma leading in South Tripura, consequently Bernard Marak, who the BJP had put up, he is sort of not leading over there. He's trailing significantly. Mukul Sangma, Trinamool Congress, and Trinamool has done reasonably well thus far. Again, very early days, but he is leading. But we're going to move away from these elections for a moment. There's an important G20 process. Foreign ministers meeting. Our foreign minister is speaking now. Let's listen in.
Foreign ministers, head of international organizations, excellencies, I welcome you to India for the G20 foreign ministers meeting. India has selected the theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future for its G20 presidency. It signals the need for unity of purpose and unity of action. I hope that your meeting today will reflect the spirit of coming together for achieving common and concrete objectives. Excellencies, we must all acknowledge that multilateralism is in crisis today. The architecture of global governance created after the Second World War was to serve 2 functions. First, to prevent future wars by balancing competing interests. Second, to foster international cooperation on issues of common interest. The experience of the last few years, financial crisis, climate change, pandemic, terrorism, and wars clearly shows that global governance has failed in both its mandates. We must also admit that the tragic consequences of this failure are being faced most of all by the developing countries. After years of progress, we are at risk today of moving back on the sustainable development goals. Many developing countries are struggling with unsustainable debt while trying to ensure food and energy security for their people. They are also the ones most affected by global warming caused by richer countries. This is why India's G20 presidency has tried to give a voice to the global south. No group can claim global leadership without listening to those most affected by its decisions. Excellencies, you are meeting at a time of deep global divisions. As Foreign Minister, it is but natural that your discussions are affected by the geopolitical tensions of the day. We all have our positions and our perspectives on how this tension should be resolved. However, at the leading economies of the world, we also have a responsibility toward those who are not in this room. The world looks upon the G20 to ease the challenges of growth, development, economic resilience, disaster resilience, financial stability, transnational crime, corruption, terrorism, and food and energy security. In all these areas, the G20 has capacity to build consensus and deliver concrete results. We should not allow issues that we cannot resolve together to come in the way of those we can. As you meet in the land of Gandhi and the Buddha, I pray that you will draw inspiration from India's civilizational ethos to focus not on what divides us, but on what unites us. Excellencies, in recent times, we have seen the most disastrous pandemic of a century. We have witnessed thousands of lives lost in natural disasters. We have seen global supply chains break down during times of stress. We have seen stable economies suddenly overwhelmed by debt and financial crisis. These experiences clearly show the need for resilience in our societies, in our economies, in our healthcare systems, and in our infrastructure. The G20 has a critical role to play in finding the right balance between growth and efficiency on one hand and resilience on the other. We can reach this balance more easily by working together. That is why your meeting is important. I have full trust in your collective wisdom and ability. I am sure that today's meeting will be ambitious, inclusive, action-oriented, and will rise above differences. I thank you and wish you all the best for a productive meeting.
I thank the Prime Minister for his valuable guidance. I now begin the first session of the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. As I do so, Excellencies, let us remind ourselves that this grouping bears an exceptional responsibility. We first came together in the midst of a global crisis and are today, once again, actually confronting multiple ones. These include the impact of the COVID pandemic, concerns of fragile supply chains, the knock-on effects of ongoing conflicts, anxiety of debt crisis, and the disruption of climate events. In considering these issues, we may not always be of one mind. In fact, there are some matters of sharp differences of opinions and views. Yet, we must find common ground and provide direction because that is what the world expects of us. Colleagues, as we look ahead, there are both pressing and more systemic challenges that we all confront. The future of multilateralism depends very much on our ability to strengthen it in a changing world. Food and energy security are immediate anxieties magnified by recent events. But they do have long-term repercussions and solutions. And development cooperation is part of that larger solution that we are deliberating upon today. Colleagues, the current global architecture is in its 8th decade. The number of members of the United Nations has quadrupled in this period. It neither reflects today's politics, economics, demographics, or aspirations. Since 2005, we have heard sentiments for reform being expressed at the highest level. But as we all know, these have not materialized. The reasons are no secret either. The longer we put it off, the more the credibility of multilateralism stands eroded. Global decision-making must be democratized if it has to have a future. Our agenda for today's discussions include the challenges of food, fertilizer, and fuel security. These are truly make or break issues for developing countries. We heard their concerns directly in January this year through the Voice of Global South Summit. Such issues should not be relegated to the periphery of the international discourse. They are, in fact, crucial to the global economy and must be treated as such. Indeed, we urge that they be central to any decision-making. Along with that, the world must also strive for more reliable and resilient supply chains. Recent experience has underlined the risks of being dependent on limited geographies. Excellencies, all of us, individually and collectively, have an obligation to contribute to international growth and prosperity. They are implemented through sustainable partnerships and goodwill initiatives. On its part, India has undertaken development projects in 78 countries and has actively encouraged exchanges, and capability building. During the COVID pandemic, we made a conscious effort at contributing to global solutions, even while looking after our own. Today's situation demands that we continue to live up to our international responsibilities. The G20 must be sensitive to the priorities and economic concerns of all our partners, especially those more vulnerable. We must ensure demand-driven and sustainable development cooperation based on country ownership and transparency. Respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity are essential guiding principles for such cooperation. Excellencies, as G20 foreign ministers, we can send a collective message affirming our determination to address the complex challenges that we face at this juncture.
So those were important remarks made by the foreign minister. We saw the Prime Minister speak just a few moments before Dr. Jaishankar began at the G20 meet. Now, it's very important, and let me just contextualize what exactly is taking place. India is looking for a joint resolution among foreign ministers of G20 nations. Last week, when finance ministers met at the G20, of which India is the president, there was no joint resolution because Ukraine and the language used in the proposed joint resolution was not acceptable to several countries in the West. This is a test of Indian leadership at the G20 level. Remember, we are the president of the G20, and I think it's important to briefly reflect on what the foreign minister and the Prime Minister said. The Prime Minister spoke about what unites us. What unites us is what does unite us is what he asked fellow G20 leaders over there. Focus on that is what the Prime Minister said. He said that he was aware of geopolitical issues which were of concern around the world. This was a clear reference, obviously, to the Ukraine war. But I think what was as significant was what the Foreign Minister said when he said that there are multiple global crises, in a sense pointing out that don't let this be stuck as far as language and discourse around Ukraine is concerned. Climate events, COVID, supply chain, and of course conflicts. That's the word that he used. Didn't use the word war, used the word conflict. These are issues that the world needs to look at, the group of 20 nations needs to look at. We may not fully agree, said Dr. Jaishankar, on several issues, but let's not forget that there are important issues we need to look at: fuel and fertilizer costs, the development issues affecting the group of 20 nations and the developing world. These are all important. My colleague Maha Siddiqui has been tracking every aspect of G20 and joins us now. Very, very interesting, Maha. Both the Prime Minister and Dr. Jaishankar, they refuse to be stuck on just the Ukraine issue. Yes, it came up, but not in direct mention. The focus perhaps of Indian foreign policy. Let's look at the larger issues. Let's not get stuck on any one issue, as important as it may be.
Absolutely, Vishnu. Cognizant of the fact that this is the one issue that is in fact holding up any sort of consensus among the G20 countries, 19 countries and the European Union. And because India is the president, it is aware of the fact that a joint communique, it reflects that there is some sort of consensus at least leading up to the big summit in September. And that is why hectic parleys have been on. Negotiations continued till yesterday. In fact, on the text of the possible joint communique. We'll have to wait to see whether it gets adopted, or like the finance minister's communique, the outlook document pointed out that Russia and China did not agree with 2 paragraphs out of the 17 paragraphs. Vishnu, what is important here is to note that India is highlighting the fact, both the Prime Minister and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar are highlighting the fact that there are several issues where there is convergence. So let's focus on that and deliver for the more vulnerable developing world, which is looking up to the G20 countries to find a resolution. Currently, there are about 70 countries that are in touch with the IMF to stabilize their economies. There are at least 52 countries that have been labeled by the United Nations, UNDP rather, as vulnerable economies at the moment that need debt restructuring. All that is significant for the G20. Their entire focus should be on the economic issues, what ails them at the moment, because it is being connected to the Ukraine war specifically. This is one of the reasons Russia has an objection, and that is why they objected to the text in the finance minister's meeting, saying that only and solely the Ukraine war cannot be blamed for that. But today in the foreign ministers meeting, we'll have to wait to see whether that text is tweaked and whether it is adopted finally.
But
all right, Maha, thanks very much for joining us. We'll be keeping a very close look at what exactly takes place. Will there be some breakthrough resolution? It is an important step towards the eventual joint declaration of world leaders when they come here for the G20 summit in September. Be that as it may, India's message very, very clear. So many issues over here. Let's try and focus on those issues and not just be stuck on language around Ukraine. Will Western countries like the United States and United Kingdom be willing to accept that? Remember, China is also very clear that any resolution cannot be there targeting Russia. That's their position and needs to be considered as well. Ankit.
Right, so from the focus at G20, let's shift our focus back to the election results. The leads coming thick and fast. Now postal leads also being converted and of course being added up with the EVM leads which are coming in. I also would at this moment like to welcome Mr. Ajay Bose for joining us in the studio. Thank you so much, sir, senior commentator. What I want to do, very quickly, just give you a sense of what we are picking up right now. What is the picture that is coming out, combining both the postal leads and the round leads at this moment. And let's talk about the state of Tripura. The Bharatiya Janata Party total leading on 36 leads for the BJP. 18 of those leads, out of those 36, the BJP is leading on the EVM round. So they have been able to convert out of the 36 postal plus EVM. They are leading on 18 others yet in the postal leads. The Congress and the left on 17. Tripura Mota is on 7. And very, very interestingly, when you take this to Meghalaya, interesting what is happening there. Initially in the postal leads, it seemed that the NPP was crossing over 20. It has come down. Now 18 leads for the NPP. TMC at 13. They have gone up. BJP at 9. That's largely all those leads are coming from the postal leads. UDP at 8. Congress at 7. And others at 4. And when you talk about Nagaland, Vishnu, the BJP NDTV alliance, 48 leads at this moment. 8 of them, though, from the EVM, 40 from the postal leads. But largely seems to be suggesting that they are converting those leads in the EVMs as well, continuing those leads in the EVM. The NPF at 6, Congress at 1 at this moment, and 5 seats are going to others. So quite interesting, what is happening at this moment. And if you look at the larger picture, it once again tells you the BJP, at least at this moment, is over the majority mark in Tripura. It is over the majority mark. The alliance is over the majority mark also in Nagaland. But a very interesting picture is emerging in Meghalaya with NPP at 18 and significant gains for the BJP, which has 9 leads so far.
Yeah, so it's really going to boil down to Meghalaya in terms of it being a much closer contest than the other 2 states. So essentially what we are talking about are round leads, right, in electronic voting machines and also postal leads. And therefore, if we're talking about total leads, it's both those numbers which come together. Eventually, these will be further distilled. Rounds of voting, rounds of counting rather, will take place. And by about 12, or it seems that it might be a little later than 12 at this stage, we should get a clearer idea. My colleague Vedant joins us now. Vedant, give us an idea of this very interesting situation developing where you are, Meghalaya.
Well, Vishnu, I come to you from outside the Chief Minister's residence in Kohima in Nagaland, and let me tell you, all the major party leaders of the NDPP, the National Democratic Progressive Party, have started coming to the Chief Minister's residence. In fact, leaders from their constituencies have also started arriving here at the Chief Minister's residence. Meanwhile, as far as the BJP is concerned, remember, the Nalin Kohli, the Nagaland in charge for the BJP, has also arrived in Dimapur, which is where all the tall BJP leaders are going to be. In fact, the state BJP chief, Temje Memna, along he has also started from his constituency and he will be at Dimapur as well. So the NDPP and the BJP have already started conducting internal meetings, and we're expecting, as per sources, that by around 2 o'clock and a formal announcement, a joint announcement will also be made proclaiming Chief Minister Nephew Rio as, the Chief Minister of the NDPP-BJP alliance. Remember, it will be his 5th term if the alliance does manage to win. As far as the leads that are coming in right now, of course, you mentioned all the leads, but let me also tell you that the BJP is leading in 11 out of the 20 seats on which it has fielded candidates. Now, that is also important. The alliance is, of course, leading on 47 seats, but the BJP in itself is leading in 11 out of the 20 seats on which it has fielded candidates. So that is important. And the BJP, very interestingly, Vishnu, has already started planning its evening celebrations at the headquarters in Dimapur, which is where all the tall leaders of the BJP will start arriving. And Chief Minister Nephew Rio is looking at the 5th term as Chief Minister.
All right, Vedant joining us there from Kohima, Nagaland. Thanks very much for being with us. Ankit, if you look at the postal leads and the round leads,
yes,
then they more or less seem to be postal leads. The trends in the postal leads more or less seem to be translating into round leads as well. As far as Nagaland and Tripura are concerned, it seems quite clear that the BJP and its allies will come to power. The story, I think, is Meghalaya, which is developing now. The round leads for the NPP not quite keeping up with the postal leads which we've seen so far. Nilanjan, any thoughts on that?
Well, actually, now I'm looking at them again, and it looks like it's jumping around a lot. Now I'm looking at the round leads plus postal leads, and we're up to about 23 again for NPP. But the one thing that does seem to be happening is that the TMC is pushing a little more ahead as we count the rounds.
Yeah.
And I think
postal plus round, they're up to 11.
They're up to 11.
That's interesting.
And I think, it will take a while for this to firm up because you have so many parties and so much vote splitting and so much, the winning margins are less, the winning vote shares are less at the constituency level. I think what I would suggest for people who are sort of looking at this at home, a sanity check, one of my standard tricks is to wait until about 11:30 and see. The Election Commission is unfortunately very slow today, much slower than usual. Look at the vote shares, because often the vote shares start giving you a sense of where things are going to go. Because in these early counting rounds, you get a lot of jumping in the number of seats.
Okay.
And in a place like Meghalaya, unfortunately, a small number of seats is going to have a huge impact in terms of how we interpret it.
But and largely these leads for the TMC, of course, Sangma versus Sangma battle, largely the leads are coming from the Tura region, where we are seeing the TMC, in fact, gaining as well. But Amitabh Tiwari, political strategist, commentator, also with us. Let's also welcome Bobita Sharma of the Congress party, as I introduced earlier. Ajay Bose also with us. Mr. Tiwari, if I can come to you, what are the broad strokes, the broad messaging that you are seeing at this moment, though it might be slightly slow in that sense, because we are expecting that, smaller constituencies, less number of voters, the results would start coming in quite quickly. But at this moment, if I just stay with Meghalaya, despite the TMC gaining or leading in a significant amount of seats, it's not a bad debut as far as the TMC is concerned. But the fact remains, even at this moment, the pre-poll alliance seems to be still going over the 31 mark. Is that now something that already talks would have begun behind doors?
Yeah, I think the Meghalaya is living up to its expectation of a hung assembly. And the not so secret talks are already out. So it seems that the BJP and the UDP have strategically decided to contest, not as alliance partners. So what they have done is probably they have crowded out the opposition. If you see, BJP is gaining, and I think UDP is also gaining a seat or two, and the amount of seats which others had won in 2018 in Meghalaya is coming down significantly.
Yes.
On the aspect of TMC and Congress, while TMC is doing well, it is not doing, I would say, rather very well, because Congress is still holding on to some vote share. I think 11 to 12% if you see the ECI website, which was not very bad, considering the fact that almost the entire party and its ex-chief minister has moved towards the TMC. So this is a very important election for TMC for its national ambitions. It needs to win here or emerge as the main opposition party to keep its national ambitions alive.
Ajoy, if you take a look at the postal vote percentage, it's significant. When you're talking about Meghalaya, 43 or 59, of this 73% are postal votes. That's where we are still at this, it's 9:48 a.m. Nagaland, 68% are postal votes is what we are talking about. And 47% are postal votes in Tripura. So Tripura, the round leads are now overtaking the postal leads, the BJP doing dominant in Tripura. But just as a rider and a warning to our viewers, what is the concern over postal votes, and do they necessarily translate into round leads?
Well, they don't often, but at the same time, if I look at the picture, I mean, we know in NDTV how, long ago in Bihar went completely wrong because it completely turned around. That, of course, was some moons ago. But what I see the picture, even if the postal vote dominates over the EVM votes at this stage, I personally feel that sort of Tripura and Nagaland, the story is clear. Even in Meghalaya, we are looking most probably at a regime change, meaning in the sense that the BJP will not be coming to power. I don't think so. Because if you look at the Meghalaya TMC plus NPP plus, because NPP is no longer a part of the BJP.
No, are you suggesting the NPP and the TMC come together?
Could be.
But there has been a traditional rivalry. I mean, Konrad Sangma, Mukul Sangma, both of them coming together possibly would be highly, I mean, it will be uncomfortable kind of an alliance rather than an alliance which already has existed and run 5 years.
But BJP is not a part of the NPP alliance.
No, it's not. So they both this alliance, all of them fought separately. And they went, and this is not something which has happened for the first time in Meghalaya. We have seen earlier as well, during the election. And Konrad Sangma has been saying that, this happened, but you can't keep the doors closed. Things will change. Don't you think it is very strategic as far as this ruling alliance was concerned? They not only have they crowded the anti-government vote, they have been able to split the vote, not just the TMC and the Congress, but also between the BJP and the UDP, because BJP went on an overdrive to attack the chief minister.
Yeah, I mean, that is the point. Having done that, it would be a little odd to actually join hands with him, because the chief minister would require numbers. Certainly.
If you just take a look at the overall position and postal leads and round leads, just for a moment, let's look at the leads position. The NPP and the UDP, let's talk a lot about them, are at 29. So they are within striking range as it is without the BJP. So Nilanjan, again, I'll ask you a question which I think we discussed a little while earlier on. Can the BJP take for granted that they are going to be back in the government? Or do you believe what Ajay says, that the BJP may be on a pretty weak wicket unless there is some major post-electoral alliance agreement that Sangma meeting translates into something? Why does the NPP necessarily have to go with the BJP?
And the Congress has 6, mind you.
The Congress has postal leads. Okay, I've got 4 on my machine, but it may well go up to 6.
On the screen.
So I mean, look, I think mathematically, yes, a lot of things are possible. I think realistically, the BJP is going to be forming the government in post-poll negotiation.
Champions is what they're, right?
Yeah, because look, I mean, we know that this is a state in which defection and floor crossing is common. We know that the BJP has the heft of the state behind it, and we know that historically parties in the Northeast want to keep a reasonable equation with the center. I think it would be very unlikely that NPP, which looks at a minimum to be definitely going in government, even if it doesn't cross the single party majority mark by itself. I think it's very unlikely the NPP is going to first join with TMC because of historical rivalries, but secondly try to anger the BJP, given that it needs to ensure smooth running within the state.
And Vishnu, also, like we keep on saying, there are cases against Conrad Sangma, corruption allegations, put all those things in the bigger picture, and you would know that it will be very, very difficult for any political party, a small regional political party in a state like Meghalaya, to possibly, like Nanjan is saying, to anger the central government. And then it is a state right next to Shillong, is just few hours drive from Guwahati. Hemant Biswa Sarma has literally been camping there. He's the man who's running the show as far as the Northeast Alliance of the BJP is concerned. So at this moment, at least it looks highly unlikely that there is going to be a switch. But, Babita Sharma, you've been quite patient. I just want to understand from you, and just because since we are talking about Meghalaya, for the Congress party, is it a consolation that all your members went to different political parties? The TMC practically is the Congress, but you had to pitch, or you have to put up fresh candidates, first-timers. You are at this moment leading on 6. It's not like completely being decimated out of the scenario. Or is the Congress party, was it hoping that it, like Rahul Gandhi came for one single rally, attacked only TMC, it was hoping that it would be able to consolidate the anti-BJP or the anti-government vote more constructively than it has been able to?
Well, Meghalaya was definitely a challenge because of the exodus of the Congress leaders, but we still had many senior leaders with us, and we also, as you had already said, projected young and confident young candidates, especially women and young professionals. And I think that Congress will move on to double digit. It is still, the whole day is still left. And I think that Congress will make a mark in Meghalaya. And coming back to NPP and BJP, I was watching and listening. As you have seen, even the Prime Minister had castigated the government in power while they were in alliance as well. Although they didn't have a pre-poll alliance, they were in alliance in the last 5 years. And if they go to and have a post-poll alliance now, at what phase they will have that alliance? That is what I want to ask the people.
The phase of convenience.
Exactly. Phase of convenience. Is that what you want?
It's up to them to decide.
Or also it will be the same sort of an equation that you have with the left in Tripura.
Left, we had a pre-poll alliance.
Yeah, but it's an equation of
we had an alliance
of convenience, right?
Here
because you didn't have a choice.
They did not have an alliance. They did not have an alliance. They said the government is corrupt. Mr. Modi said the government is corrupt, which they had having 2 cabinet ministers at the same time. They said that the government was corrupt. So with what phase they will have an alliance and form a government there? That is what I want to ask.
I just want to go across to Amitabh and to ask him this question on Amitabh, if you look at the Meghalaya situation, why should we discount the Trinamool Congress as a potential kingmaker? Because if you look at postal leads and rounds, the Trinamool 8 they're at 10. That means they're equal at this stage to where the BJP is, well short of the NPP at 23. But then if you look at the UDP, which will likely go with the NPP, why, along with the TMC, possibly even the Congress, which with postal leads and round leads is at 6, you can statistically do away with the BJP? Or is that a political harakiri for the NPP and Conrad Sangma, since all of these parties want to be closely affiliated or associated with the center for reasons of governance besides anything else?
Yeah, so there are 2-3 angles to it. As you mentioned, NPP may not want to be in the bad books of BJP, but NPP in a long term is also aware, or rather has to be beware of Operation Shiv Sena. So there are 2 conflicting things which keep on happening. And I would turn around on your question and say that it is for the BJP probably to decide whether it wants to install Conrad Sangma as the chief minister, or it wants to go with anybody else like BJP plus UDP plus TMC plus Congress, because here individuals matter, parties do not matter. We've seen in Nagaland almost the entire faction of NPF joining NDPP. We've seen in Meghalaya almost the entire Congress party joining TMC. So it's a very tricky situation, and Conrad Sagma has to balance both these things, the short-term aspect as well as the long-term aspect, because BJP clearly has ambitions to establish itself as its own in the Northeast, and it will leave no stone unturned to do that in the next 5.
That's quite an interesting hypothesis, and that is something that possibly keeps the regional parties or the smaller parties on their toes when it comes to the BJP. Let's just shift our focus a little bit on Tripura, because Vishnu, very interestingly, the BJP, which was running away with those leads, it has come down to 32. Most interesting is Tripura Mota, which was in the postal ballot at 5-6, now at 11. That is exactly
round ballots at 10.
At 10, that is
It's
exactly
10 plus
what
11.
What
So
we
they
were
are a
talking
factor,
about.
bottom line.
So
that's absolutely
on the
clear.
20 seats, that very significant 20 tribal seats where Pradyut Burman was hoping that he would have a clean sweep, at least it looks like at this moment he's making significant lead. And that is what tells you the story of this election. BJP down from the initial trends to 32 right now. Congress left at 16. Tripura Mota is gaining on 11, though the BJP is still over the majority mark at this moment.
Also, another important point, in as much as we've been warning our viewers that a large number of what we are seeing, percentage, are postal votes. The percentage of postal votes in Tripura compared to Nagaland and Meghalaya is considerably lower.
Yes.
We're only looking at 20%
exactly.
of, right? So this is now heading towards a result situation. And in that, at the moment, again, postal leads plus round leads, the BJP alone above the majority mark at 32 at this stage, of which just in terms of round leads, they're at 25. In other words, they're well within striking range.
Now down to 30.
So this is going to be, now they're down to 30. Actually, they're down. So
now no longer single party.
So at this moment, Tripura also not as done deal as it was looking just about an hour back, and exactly why we will have to wait.
So it went down from 32 to 30 in the last 10 seconds. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Okay. No, but and I want to, in fact, that's quite interesting. And if I can get you, Mr. Bose, on this for Tripura Mota at this moment, which was being seen as an X factor as far as the Tripura election is concerned. That X factor is at this moment living up to the hype. The pre-poll hype, it is converting almost 11 seats. If these seats get converted in the tribal areas where both the left and the BJP were hoping to do well, Pradyut Burman is running away with the most leads.
Indeed. And I think that what is very interesting is, and this is, we were hearing stories about this, although I didn't go to Tripura myself, but I kept on getting reports that the tribals are not particularly happy with the BJP. And the tribals, having got a leader, of their own, as almost like a tribal party. And I think this is what is really interesting in India, because you keep on having these new parties coming up with new identities, and they basically have a special appeal. And there is no question now, we are seeing evidence of that. Now, if this trend firms up, then I think the BJP is in a little bit of trouble, because if the tribal vote of the BJP, which last time helped it so much to make that very significant gain in the Northeast, in Tripura, taking away from Manik Sarkar's long-standing government, I think it means that things are still, on the melting pot in Tripura. We can't really make an accurate prediction at this stage.
You know what's interesting is that, Ankit, if you look at Tripura Mota, it's all round leads.
Absolutely.
So it's very substantive.
So basically, when EVM started opening up, their candidates seem to be gaining a lot more than anybody
11
else.
round leads and a total of 12, just one postal lead. So look, they are a big factor in this.
Absolutely. And Mr. Tiwari, if I can bring you in at this moment, the BJP's entire pitch, and we've seen how aggressive the Bharatiya Janata Party has been with respect to the whole, we are a party of the tribals. The Prime Minister in every speech will remind the voters that, look, this is the party which has given you the first tribal president. On the day Tripura was voting, Prime Minister inaugurated the Adi Mahotsav. If all that is not working, is there an indication somewhere to in fact recalibrate as far as trying to woo the tribal voters is concerned, sir?
See, in Tripura, one basic number is BJP and IFT won 17 of the 20 ST reserved seats in 2018.
18 in fact, sir.
18. And here we are seeing on the screen 12 Tripura is winning. So whatever Tripura wins is a direct loss to the BJP. And then BJP perhaps has to make gains at the expense of Congress and left. And left is also almost able to maintain its hold. Herein where the tricky part comes, because I was just looking at the vote share. Vote share for BJP and IPFT is down by around 9% compared to 2018.
The IPFT is proving to be a real problem for the BJP at this stage.
Because it won 7 seats, I think, or 8 seats rather.
8 seats. 8 IPFT, 10 BJP, yeah.
8 seats. So, of course, making a tribal president helps BJP, but this is a very peculiar situation wherein the tribals owe allegiance to the king and they have a greater demand of a greater Tripura land, as they call. And it seems here that the tribals are completely backing the king, and then it's up to him to take a call on who he goes along with in case of a hung assembly situation.
Okay, what we'll do, we'll also go across to our colleagues, those who are on the ground, getting us a sense of what is happening, you know, we'll talk further about. There is a very interesting candidate, and that is what I say, you know, could possibly be the a new factor as far as Tripura is concerned in terms of the Chief Minister. We'll talk more about that, but let's go across to our colleagues, those who are joining us. Vedant is in Kohima. We have Saurabh joining us from Shillong. We also have Sunil Prabhu, who is in fact tracking the Congress party, what is happening there as well. Very quickly, coming to you first, Saurabh. Meghalaya at this moment seems to be, I mean, all options are open as far as Meghalaya Assembly is concerned with the way the leads, in fact, are forming up. BJP is performing better than they did last time, but it doesn't seem everything can be set in stone at this moment.
That's right. You know, in fact, the numbers, like as expected, are throwing up what seems to be a hung assembly, even though these are leads, not results yet. But at this point, what we also see is perhaps, you know, Meghalaya has a number of these smaller parties that tend to align with the party in power at the center. And some of these smaller parties' seats, you know, that they've contested in are being counted here. So you can see, of course, these they seem to be all excited about their candidates. And there's the UDP, there are other smaller parties as well who are celebrating here. And this seems to be, you know, the mood outside the counting center at this point, where, you know, the smaller parties also seem to be doing, you know, to their expectations, which would mean that it would give them bargaining powers. What clearly is the takeaway from the numbers we know is the fact that Conrad Sangma, who is from the NPP, his party seems to be holding on to the edge they had in the early elections in terms of numbers, even though it's that Conrad Sangma is emerging as the single largest party at this point. Given that the leads that we know of, they've already started making their plans. Leaders are, you know, looking carefully at what the leads are saying. Some leaders like Conrad Sangma, etc., have already had meetings with Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, is also the BJP's point person really in the northeast, and that seems to be, you know, a discussion towards the BJP, which is at this point doing much better than it did in earlier elections, and you know, perhaps if it.
Okay, we are experiencing some difficulties there with Saurabh's line. We'll try and reconnect that. But this is the excitement of an election counting day. Look what's happening behind him. People already celebrating. It doesn't matter by the evening who forms the government or not, but there is a lot of joy with whosoever is winning there.
But it's confusing right now.
It is.
And it's not what it was. Okay, just half a sec. I'll just introduce Smita and Suhas Chakma. Thank you both very much for being with us. Go ahead.
Nalini Singh also with us here in the studio. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Let's very quickly just get a sense, because our reporters, colleagues are there. If I can come to you very quickly, Sunil, for the Congress party, is there a silver line that they are looking at? The performance doesn't seem to be, by any standards, what they would have expected. What's the view as far as the party is concerned? For Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, it's almost like we said with Gujarat, it was a trial by fire. Now, again, with these results, it's not very encouraging.
Well, what was the base? Let's go for state after state. From Meghalaya, where we just saw Saurabh report, the Trinamool Congress had taken away the entire party. So they have, less than 40 years of age candidates contesting, and if I'm correct, they are leading in at least 6. So there is true. That's a huge, a big impact, because for the Congress it was starting from ground zero, so that has been a little bit of an encouragement, because they were barring Vincent Pala, they really didn't have anybody else out there. Then let's go to the state of Nagaland. They were completely and totally diminished. They haven't been able to make inroads even now, and they're still at a bad position. In Tripura, they had really wanted to reach out to Pradyut to a great extent, to have an alliance. He was refusing to agree for an alliance, wanting everybody to commit to a separate state. The BJP not agreeing. Finally, he had to decide to go it alone. And the Congress deciding to work with the left parties. And that's a clear indication, something that has taken the party forward in terms of an alliance. Because there again, they were at ground zero in the last election. So clearly, for the Congress party, these are, initial steps. They've also realized from the Raipur resolution that they will have to work with like-minded parties. There's no leader. There's no leader projection. There's no Congress leading it. But everybody has to work on a day-to-day basis. And leader after leader across the states will need to speak to alliance partners, be it in, for example, Nitish, or for that matter, the DMK. One leader being assigned, speak to them daily to ensure that they forge that unity of secular forces and try to defeat the BJP ahead of the 2024 election.
I just wanted to go across to Suhas Chakma. If you look at the Tripura situation, it's actually quite interesting at this stage. What seems clear, if you look at postal leads and rounds, together, then the BJP scrapes through. That might end up being the result as well. But the Congress and the left, with total leads at 16, it hasn't been a washout, unlike the other states, Nagaland and Meghalaya, where the performance certainly of the Congress hasn't been up to scratch. But they still maintain a certain presence over there. And if the BJP, with these results and leads coming in, or these leads coming in, it's not going to be a walkover in Tripura. I think that's clear. If they win, it'll be, relatively close.
I think, first of all, BJP is a divided house in Tripura. That's the reason why Pratima Bhaumik is contesting the election, despite serving as a union minister. So everybody in the BJP knows whether it's Dr. Manik Shah or Pratima Bhaumik who will become the chief minister. So that's in the internal problems. And if you look at Tripura, even when CPM was in power for 30 years, opposition parties had always won 10 to 15 seats in the urban areas, which is the non-tribal dominated areas. So it's very natural that those seats will still be held by opposition parties. For example, Sudip Roy Burman, he never lost the elections. Yes. Now comes Tripura Mota. I think we have to realize the tribal sentiments there, because Tripura at some point of time was a tribal majority state. And now it has become non-tribal majority state. So Tripuris have lost the Rajya, meaning the state. Now they have the Raja, and there is absolute loyalty. And if you go to Tripura, the support which the Tripura Mota has is unprecedented. So I would say that Tripura Mota at the end of the day should win between 15 to 20 seats at least.
That's what Pradyut's expectations also were. I mean, we spoke to him, and that is what he kept saying, that out of those 20, I should sweep, and there are, apart from that, about 5 seats where tribals are the deciding factor on who wins, who does not. So he was expecting to do well there as well. But very interestingly, at this moment, the Congress and the Left Alliance have gained one, Vishnu. They're at 17. The 17, BJP at 30 and Tripura Mota at plus 12.
Gone up to 18 now.
18.
So can I then, Smita Gupta, suggest that the left largely has been able to hold on to their vote, to their cadre, and the Congress well, may have just been able to supplement that with 1 or 2 seats. That was the limit that this alliance could have explored, and that's what they have done. At least that is how it's looking like on the papers right now. With Tripura Mota also, in fact, winning, because when we are talking about the tribal seats and everybody says it's the BJP's loss, remember, originally these seats were the left's bastion. Left started their journey in Tripura from the tribal areas.
Absolutely. And, when you look at that left Congress alliance, the fact that the Congress is just a very minor part of that alliance, because in the last elections, I think they lost something like 35% of their vote.
In fact, more than that. Their Congress from 42% vote came down to 1.5%.
Yeah, that's...
So almost 40% vote was lost.
Because largely whatever was with the Congress, part of it I think went with Tripura Mota, because Pradyut Dev Burman was, after all, the Congress state chief of Tripura for a long time. So, I mean, of course, he has his, the loyalties of the tribals are naturally with him.
Sure.
But he was the main Congress leader there. So the Congress is, I think for the Congress, it's a very bad situation. I mean, the fact that they've tied up with the left. So, when you say Congress left, so you look at that 16, 17 seats. So, but for the left, yes, it's a happy sign that they still exist.
Yeah. Vishnu, can I also suggest one very interesting thing? Just look at the numbers as far as Tripura is concerned, and only you can comment on that. BJP at this moment at 29, left Congress at 28, left Congress at 19, and Tripura Mota at 12. Statistically speaking, Tripura Mota and Congress left, if they come together, they are in a position to form the government. They are at 31.
Yeah, but arithmetic and politics are quite apart.
No, but it's interesting that the BJP said no to Tripura earlier on when Tripura had approached them.
Correct.
They'd taken a decision that, Tripura land or a separate identity of a geographical location, entity rather, would be unacceptable to them. But today, perhaps the BJP would be a bit worried at that decision if these trends continue and end up being results.
Yeah, I think Tripura Mota, as I agree with Suhas, that it can go up to 15 to 20, and that's when the BJP will really start thinking. Because also remember that Prashant Kishore has the assignment of Tripura Mota, as far as I know. So if that be so, then you can be sure that this 12. Not only that, but Pradyut himself is an extremely hard-working person. But I would say, so BJP will worry later during this thing. When your postal ballots were coming out, and I was watching, we know that you have the army, you have the civil service, etc. And we know how these, you and I, we've been on so many things together in the morning. We know which way they vote. They vote for the ruling party. But may I just step back for 20 seconds and say, this is an extremely eye-opening threesome, the elections today of the northeastern states. First of all, northeastern states assemblies are much more civil with each other. Purno Sangma had told me that we go in 3-piece suits and we say, begging your pardon, may I now interject? So that was the culture of the Northeast. I don't know if it is so, but Mr. Sangma told me. Now, the thing of today is that of these 3, 2 are predominantly Christian states. And the BJP is probably doing not too badly in each of these Christian states.
They're winning Nagaland clearly.
Winning Nagaland, they're sweeping. I don't want to use these words just now because everything goes up and down. But okay, then the other interesting thing is that Tripura has a huge Bengali population. TMC is not a player, but it is a player in Meghalaya, where there is a small Bengali population. So I would just like to say to you, and just when I came in, I saw behind Saurabh, your reporter from, is he from?
Shillong. He's in
Shillong. There was a VPP banner I saw. And that is voice, I looked up quickly, and that is Voice of the People Party. Now, they have a banner and they're going at it that, maybe they've got some votes.
They're leading in 4 seats.
Okay, they're leading in 4 seats. Now, that is very interesting because it shows us that whatever we are saying, Bengalis will vote for a Bengali chief minister, Christians will vote for a Christian and they will not vote BJP, that smaller parties don't count. Everything is standing on its head as you're looking at it just now. And I just want to complete that the BJP has taunted Sonia Gandhi saying from Rome, you are a Christian, etc. And look, Congress party is not getting anything, hardly anything in Nagaland or in Meghalaya, which is Christian population. So we must consider that the politicians are blindfolding us. They are putting masks on our eyes. And this is the reality.
And also somewhere, I mean, it also tells you in northeast states, this is an example, barring Tripura a bit, that individuals are more important than the party flag that they hold. People are winning largely because of the clan affiliations or the kind of the voters that they have in their constituency. That is why it makes it easier for them to switch from one party to another without having the repercussions that you possibly would think.
But you cannot ignore the fact that there is free food distribution.
No, of course,
and infrastructure has been made. So maybe that is going in favor of the BJP, which is doing pretty well.
Okay, Nalini, just half a sec. We've got our reporters out on the field, Ratnadeep and Vedant with us. Ratnadeep, let's go across to you in Agartala now. Is the BJP a little bit more wary at this stage than they were perhaps 1 hour back? Because in as much as they appear to be edging in terms of leads just across the magic mark, it seems to be a lot closer. And Tripura is a real factor in Tripura, one way or the other.
And I think the noise of the BJP supporters has gone down behind him.
Has the noise of the BJP supporters gone down behind you, Ratnadeep?
That's right. In fact, the celebrations in the BJP camp has gone down. They are now more hooked to the their mobile sets and trying to do the calculations. They are the BJP supporters. सुबह आप लोगों का celebration चल रहा था. अभी दिख रहा है कि जो gap है वो घट रहा है. अभी BJP सिर्फ 30 सीटों में आगे हैं. क्या कहना चाहेंगे? अभी you can see here now the BJP supporters really don't want to talk about it. They're little depressed. सुबह से मैंने देखा था आप हिसाब रख रहे थे कि कितने सीटों में आगे हैं. जो अर्ली ट्रेंड दिखा कि एक बहुत आगे निकल गई थी बीजेपी, अब थोड़ा गैप रिड्यूस हो रहा है. तो आप लोग निराशा है या फिर कुछ डिसअपॉइंटमेंट?
गवर्नमेंट हम लोग भी बनाएंगे, बीजेपी की सरकार ही आएगी. त्रिपुरा में 30 का पार चला जाएगा. ऐसे हमारा इधर बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट है.
बीजेपी की सरकार है कि आपकी जो अलायंस पार्टी है आईपीएफटी वो अपना खाता नहीं खोल पा रही है. ये एक झटका लगा है.
बीजेपी नहीं, कोई झटका नहीं. बीजेपी सरकार गठन करेगा.
क्या त्रिपुरा मोथा की सहयोग चाहिए होगी?
सहयोग नहीं चाहिए, नहीं चाहिए. हम काम होंगे तब भी हम गवर्नमेंट बनाएंगे. बीजेपी की सरकार ही आएगी त्रिपुरा में.
So there you are. One supporter says that if it is in hung assembly, then also they can form the government. So they are hopeful, but their celebrations have clearly gone down in the morning. They were celebrating. If you look at the trends which are coming in now in some of the seats, up to 4 rounds of counting has taken place, and the EVM countings have also started become in a fast track manner in the tribal seats. And there, with the EVMs opening up in the tribal seats, you can see that number of seats in the leads of Tripura Motha is going up. So somewhere it seems now that Tripura Motha is slowly emerging as the kingmaker, as it was projected in our pre-poll campaign coverage as well. So what is important here to see is that if this trend continues, whether the Tripura Motha and the left and the Congress can come together, that might be a interesting surprise. Because if you look at the regional politics in the northeast, then almost everywhere the regional parties tend to go with the party which is in power in center. So if you look at that chronology, then the natural choice for Tripura Motha would be BJP in terms of a post-poll alliance. But having said that, Tripura Motha and BJP, they were in talks for a pre-poll alliance, which did not work out. So whether, if this trend continues, whether, if Tripura Motha becomes a kingmaker, then we'll have to wait and watch which side they go.
Vishnu, I was in Tripura, in Agartala for some times, and the palace, I mean, it's the most... how do I say, iconic structure as far as Agartala is concerned. Half of it, more than half of it is now a museum, and the other part where, Pradyut lives. What a character. You go there today, he is unlike most politicians that you will
be celebrating one way or the other, because based on this performance, it's quite something.
I'm sure he's still waiting. He's hoping that this will go up even more. It will cross 15, 18 is something that he would be happy with. Vedant is joining us from Nagaland. Vedant, I mean, I can understand while there is too much fluctuation happening in Tripura and Meghalaya, Nagaland seems to be stable in that sense. What's the mood around you?
Well, Ankit, remember the elections here in Nagaland are much more subdued and muted as far as the other states are concerned, because for many, you know, the victory of the BJP-NDPP alliance was a foregone conclusion, and that is what the early leads also seem to be suggesting. But the BJP's performance needs to be looked at in perspective as well, because as Ratandeep was also mentioning, here the trend is that whichever party is at the centre, their support is paramount, and that's why the NDPP was very clear that the BJP's support for them is very important. And that is why, you know, here the BJP is in fact leading independently also in 12 out of the 20 seats it has fielded candidates on. Now remember, as far as the 2024 battle is concerned, in that context, the BJP's campaign in Nagaland was more significant than in Tripura and Meghalaya, because here there was a clear Christian push that we saw in the BJP's campaign. In fact, here Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah, all of them talked about how the BJP is a pan-India inclusive force. In fact, all of the BJP's big rallies began with the local pastor's prayer. So here the rallies of the BJP were unlike anything we have seen in other parts of the country. So that is significant. And here, of course, another thing to be pointed out, Ankit, is the fact that the RSS also has strong roots. And that is something that we figured out in our reportage as well, that the RSS is quite entrenched here as far as Nagaland is concerned. So that is something that is working in favor of the BJP as well. And that, you know, which is why the BJP independently is also doing well. And of course, the NDPP-BJP alliance is leading in well over 40 seats. As far as the the local parties are concerned, the Naga People's Front, its performance as far as the early leads are concerned is not very impressive. It's still leading in 6 seats. But what is very interesting is that 3 of Bihar parties, LJP, RJD and JDU, they are trying their luck in Nagaland, and they say that they will also join the government in whichever alliance comes to power. So in a sense, as far as Nagaland is concerned, all parties are looking to form the join the government.
All right, I just wanted to go across to Smita for a bit. Smita, what's interesting over here, once again turning our attention to Tripura, which is just fascinating at the way it's going right now. Meghalaya equally fascinating, but the Congress and the left, if you just look at the leads position right now, are actually up 3. So they've actually improved since 2018. They were at 16. They're at, in terms of leads, at 19 now. So the core base of the left, I mean, certainly based on 2018, would stay. And that's interesting.
Yeah,
so that's an alliance which, relatively speaking,
really holding on to its base, and that's a very positive thing for the left, because in Bengal, they are still struggling. Right. Kerala, of course, they are there, but in Tripura for years together they were there. But a question that arises in my mind is that when the government formation question comes, will the Tripura Motha
be kingmaker? Be kingmaker.
It will be the kingmaker.
It looks like at this moment it seems to be, because leads now only 28.
But will they be able to go with the BJP, considering that their main demand is for a separate state? Region, will the BJP be willing to accept that?
But Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, if I may say, what is the option? I mean, we have seen, at least recent history will tell you, if there is a fractured mandate, and sometimes even if there is not a fractured mandate, BJP walks away with the government. You can call it the pull of the center, or the other allegations that the opposition parties make of being forced and enforcement agencies, so on and so forth. At this given point, for any kingmaker in any state, does it become very, very difficult to anger the Bharatiya Janata Party's force?
2 things. One is that in the immediate context of what you are asking, it has been said for a long time that in the entire country, especially where we have very tight contests, but especially in Northeast, you first have elections, then you have defections. So that has been the sequence. So I do not think that post-verdict government formation will be determined on these figures, the final figures. Even at the moment we don't have. So let this be the rider. What we are looking at, taking a macro view of how these elections are going to impact national elections, because in terms of national impact, it is minuscule. But there is a takeaway narrative. Now in 2018, this is, we forget, at that time the main story at the conclusion of the 3 states was that the BJP had come from 0 to reach a zenith. Shunya se shikhar. That was a slogan of the BJP. The question in this entire election is that will it retain its Shikha position or not?
Consolidate.
At the moment, it appears that it is not. So there are, if this continues, there are actually takeaways for the BJP as well as for every political party. The rise of the Mota is very significant because it shows that even within a relatively stable Tripura, let's not forget that Left Front ruled it for several decades, very stably, except for one period after 84, I think, if I'm correct, when the Congress won on the basis of the Indira Gandhi's assassination. There are issues which have not really been sorted out. There is a sentiment of not getting enough as far as the tribal population is concerned. So we still have to look at it, but I think there is going to be a lot to talk about beyond this verdict.
Nirja, just adding to that point, if you look at the BJP and its allies, now most of these have come from the BJP itself. Its alliance partner, the Indigenous People's Front, has done pretty badly. I mean, they didn't seem to be picking up anything. The Congress and the left have actually gone up. They were up 3, it's down to 2 now. Tripura is the big factor we've been speaking about. But if you look at others, there is only 1. So in a post-result situation, if the BJP were looking for support, it would have to be from the Tripura, most likely, right? Assuming the Congress and the left can actually hold their flock together.
And so is Tripura Mota. I mean, the challenge it would be for every political party to hold their flock together. If their people stay with them, that possibly is going to decide.
Because Congress and left plus Tripura actually does go over the magic mark.
Yeah, right now. Yeah, absolutely.
I think, given the fractured mandate that both Meghalaya and Tripura are likely to throw up, I think it is anybody's guess which party will break, depending on who the single largest is, whether they'll be able to take the initiative and reach out to these parties. And as Conrad Sangma said a few days ago, it was very interesting, that every option is going to be open. What is going to matter is what will give political stability to Meghalaya. So that political stability, and I think working with the center also always has been a factor as far as northeastern states are concerned. So it will be an open game. I agree with Nilanjan.
Who would have thought it's going to be a photo finish in Tripura? Because they were heading to a photo finish in Tripura.
May I say, on the ground, at least this time, despite all that we have been talking in the studios of the unlikely alliance, unholy alliance XYZ, there was actually a buzz that left is coming back. People were talking about it. It's not that on the ground there was no conversation around them. It's only that most of the people then expect BJP to jeet hi jayega, but ye bahut acha kar rahe hai. That was the conversation that was on the ground. Sir, please go ahead.
No, I was saying that in Tripura, it will not be like in Meghalaya, because in Meghalaya smaller political parties come around. But in Tripura you have the left, which has absolute control over its cadre.
Yes.
Tripura Mota, you could say that if the Raja doesn't approve, you cannot even campaign. So that's why IPFT is finished. It doesn't exist on paper. So you have 3 powerful parties. One is the BJP, the other one is the CPM, then the Tripura Mota. If BJP gets less than 25, it's going to be very, very difficult, because there will not be a tribal political leader from Tripura Mota who could break away and even visit his own constituency if he goes against the chief. So that's why I think it's going to be very, very difficult. Below 25, it's going to be very difficult. And now the issue is who can give it in writing, which Tripura Mota's chief says that, our constitutional solution, whatever it might be, that's going to be a bit difficult.
Okay.
So that's the only, I think, stumbling block.
Let's just go across to the Congress. Sujata Paul of the Congress joins us now. Sujata, when I was speaking to one of your colleagues about 2 hours back, there was a sense of despondency even within your ranks at what was happening in Tripura. But that seems to have changed with your alliance with the left. You are up 3 even now. These are, of course, leads. Now, could you tell us a little bit about whether you have an equation at all with the Tripura in a post-poll sort of scenario? Can there be talks which take place with them? Because if the Congress and the Tripura were to add up, and if these leads were to translate into results, then you could actually be ahead of the BJP and its ally.
If you look at what is happening in Tripura, it's very clear that the BJP is going down, and the vote margins are going to further reduce, and you will see a further change in the numbers. But when you talk about Congress and left alliance and the kind of numbers that are changing, we must also look at how the vote share is increasing, because we were near 1 to 2% last time. So vote share is increasing, number of votes is increasing. Tripura Mota is not eating into the left vote percentage. It is actually eating into the BJP vote percentage. So now the point is whether Tripura Mota and BJP have anything in common. As far as the Congress party is concerned, we are always open to alliances later on also, but right now we are in a Congress left alliance, so we are going into this together. Okay. And what happens later will be decided by the leadership of both the parties collectively, because we are in an alliance.
Janaki
yes, but nothing can be...
Janaki Kaund is also joining us, spokesperson of the BJP. You know, Vishnu, two very interesting things. And since we talk about Congress and largely with the way results go, you know, it's like you said, despondency as far as the Congress is concerned, but a lot to cheer at this moment.
A little less despondency now.
Yeah, no, but out of the 13 seats that they are fighting, you know, we are talking about the left cadre holding on. Congress right now is leading on 6. So it is the Congress which is adding the X factor to this alliance at this moment. Okay, let's very quickly go across to the Congress President, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge is speaking at this moment.
Victory is leading. He's leading in Tamil Nadu by-election. Congress is leading in the by-election of Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, that is sure, because everybody expected. And not only that, our party people were very confident to win. And we are going to win that seat with a huge margin. And people are pro-DMK Congress alliance.
Sir, also in the national trend, what is the comment about in Tripura, BJP is leading a bit?
No, let us see, because there we ourselves contested very less seats, and we thought that with alliance we may get majority. But when results will come finally, let us see where we will get some majority and where we will not be not able to form the government.
Will it be the reflection for parliament elections, sir?
No, it is nothing to do with small states elections. Usually the northeast parties, they go with the central government trend. But many leaders are committed to national politics. They support Congress, they support secular parties, they support democracy and constitution. Such people, they feel that Congress with alliance should come forward to form the government.
Mallikarjun Kharge speaking over there, he was speaking about the bypoll initially in Erode, also speaking about what these election results might actually mean from a national perspective. But let's talk a little bit, shall we, about Tripura once again. It just seems clear to me at this stage that Tripura will be the kingmakers over here. Would you agree? And if so, why?
Yes, absolutely. You know, I was just looking at the figures coming from the ECI. They at the moment have leadings from 55 of the seats, so another 5 to come. So I do not think that there is really much going to change. So it's showing that the BJP is leading in 22. Now, if this actually retains, you know, holds true, and even if they are able to win 1 or 2 more seats, that are still up to 24, which is going to be less than 25, which our friend was saying, that then it is going to become very difficult for the BJP to form a government. CPM and the Tripura are almost at par, 12 and 13. CPM is 12 and the Congress has 6. So it is either going to be that there might not be a government for a long time, because Tripura insists on a written document and assurance that there is going to be some kind of an autonomy, maybe not a separate state, some new kind of system can be worked out. Or if that does not come, then there is actually going to be a logjam for a long time.
Yeah, but Mr. Chakma, I don't see that written condition as an impediment, because it was posturing before election. Pradyut Dev also practically knows that no political party, be it left or the Congress or the BJP, is going to give it in writing that there is going to be a separate state. So, of course, greater autonomy could be the pitch that he can go back and sell to his voters. In this scenario, does Pradyut Dev Barman, somebody who was with the Congress party, president of the party, and he keeps saying that I have great friendship with Priyanka Gandhi and I have equally good friendship with Himanta Biswa Sarma. Where will you put your money if I ask you to?
Well, I think in that case, I think Pradyut Dev Barman has to be elected as the chief minister. And one of the reasons why he did not go with the BJP is the fact that BJP was insisting on, its chief ministership. So he did not contest the election, and I'm sure there are enough guys from the Tripura Mota who will give up their seat and ask him to contest the election, and he will win hands down. So if the left parties in the Congress make him the chief minister, that's a possibility, and the other one could be work in progress.
I just wanted to go across to Janki Count of the Assam BJP. Thanks very much, Janki. You've been waiting very patiently. Let's talk about Tripura now. The numbers keep going up and down in terms of your leads position. It's 30 now, but some accounts suggest that it's a bit lower. Whereas the Congress left and Tripura together are within striking range. So it's not going to be a sweep for the BJP. I mean, are you reconciled at least to that Tripura, it's not going to be a sweep for you, it will be a photo finish?
The 45 plus target is not being achieved.
Janki, go ahead.
Yes.
No, Janki, I was just asking you about Tripura. Now, if you take a look over there, it's not going to be a sweep by any means. It's going to be very, very close. So how would you react to that?
See, right now the figures that are coming in, you cannot freeze in on any of the figures. This will go up and down.
I'm not sure it's going to go up very much more, Janki, because most of these are now actual rounds being counted.
Right now it is showing 30 BJP plus. So by the end of the day, we are very confident that we are going to secure absolute majority. So we will be forming government on our own like last time. And there are many reasons for it, you see, because the consolidation of our position has been stronger than before in the last 5 years. There are certain factors, if we divide this entire period into pre-Modi era and post-Modi era, the post-Modi era has saw development in this region by leaps and bounds. This region was actually steeped in extreme darkness. There was totally non-inclusion, non-communicable areas in the entire of northeastern regions. But now things are gradually proceeding towards a brighter side, because one aspect of development, which we all cannot deny, is infrastructure.
Okay.
There has been a huge infrastructural difference in the
Janki,
entire
I'm
region.
interrupting you now because, Ankit, we've got something important coming up in the Supreme Court.
Absolutely. The campaign page is over. Now we'll see what happens in the results. But let's cut across to the Supreme Court. The Constitution bench is set to pronounce its verdict on batch of pleas that sought collegium-like system comprising of the Prime Minister, CJ and the LOP for election of the Chief Election Commissioner. Very, very important. Listen in.
Unusual powers. Its writ lies across governments over the length and breadth of the country. Officers of the government who come under its charge become subject to the superintendence of the Commission. The fate of political parties and its candidates, and therefore of democracy itself, to a great measure is allowed to rest in the hands of the Election Commission. While there may be officers who assist the Commission, vitally important decisions have to be taken by those at the helm of the affairs. It is the Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commissioner at whose table the buck must stop. It is in this scenario we bear in mind that when a decision is taken, the process of holding up the poll, that subject to the proceedings which are initiated in courts, which conduce to the effective holding of the poll, any proceeding which seeks to bring the election process under the shadow is tabooed. The significance of this aspect is that it adds to the enormity of the powers and responsibility of the Election Commission. Awaiting the outcome of the poll to question the election before the tribunal may result in many illegal, unfair, and malafide decisions by the Election Commission passing muster for the deed. Once the election results are out, the matter is largely reduced to a fait accompli. The basic and underlying principle central to democracy is power to the people through the ballot. Abraham Lincoln declared democracy to be government of the people, by the people, and for the people. A political party or a group or a coalition assumes the reins of governance. The purpose of achieving power is to run the government. No doubt, the government must be run in accordance with the dictate of the Constitution and the laws. Political parties, not unnaturally, come out with manifestos containing a charter promises they intend to keep. Without attaining power, men organized as political parties cannot achieve their goals. Power becomes, therefore, a means to an end. The goal can only be governed so that the lofty aims enshrined in the directive principles are achieved, while observing the fundamental rights as also the mandate of all the laws. What is contemplated is a lawful government. So far, so good. But what, however, is disturbing and forms, as we understand, the substratum of the complaints of the petitioner is the pollution of the stream or the sullying of the electoral process which precedes the gaining of power can hence justify the means. There can be no doubt that the strength of a democracy and its credibility and therefore its enduring nature must depend upon the means employed to gain power, being as fair as the conduct of the government after the assumption of power by it. The assumption of power itself through the electoral process in the democracy in the democracy cannot and should not be perceived as an end. The end, at any rate, cannot justify the means. The means to gain power in a democracy must remain wholly pure and abide by the Constitution and the laws. An unrelenting abuse of the electoral process over a period of time is the surest way to the grave of the democracy. Democracy can succeed only insofar as all stakeholders uncompromisingly work at it. And the most important aspect of democracy is the very process, the electoral process, the purity of which alone will truly reflect the will of the people. So the fruits of democracy are truly reaped. The essential hallmark of a genuine democracy is the transformation of the rule.
All right, so we'll come back to those very important developments in the Supreme Court. But isn't it just fantastic that in certain cases being heard by a large bench, I believe a constitution bench, that, these are live broadcast. And, if this is not a victory for transparency and the spirit of democracy, then what is? But it is complicated. But just as a summary for our viewers, what you are looking at is the Supreme Court Constitution bench set to pronounce its verdict. I think that process has started on a batch of pleas that has sought for a collegium-like system which comprises of the Chief Justice of India, the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in selecting the Chief Election Commissioner and election commissioners. This is a process, and the verdict will actually define a great element in our election process and in our democratic process. The bench comprises of Justice K.M. Joseph, Justice Rastogi, Justice Aniruddha Bose, Justice Hitesh Roy, Rishikesh Roy, and Justice Ravi Kumar as well. So there are possibly separate views which may be expressed, and just reading out the orders may take time, but there is counsel who are also being heard at this stage. But let's return to where it's all happening, the Northeast. The results in 3 states are now increasingly coming out, leads, but these will soon translate into results. We'd said it'll be about 12 o'clock, and the number of postal ballots going down sharply. Now it's rounds being counted. The overall situation is, firstly, Tripura. It's not going to be a walk in the park for the BJP. That's because the Tripura Mota, with 12 seats and leads at this stage, have done extremely well. The Congress and the left appear to have gained marginally, so are holding their core base. So where is the BJP now? It keeps going up. 31. That means that they will form the government. Anything less than that, if you go down to a 26, 27, remember that magic mark, halfway mark is 30. If you get down to 27, then that the Congress and left plus the Tripura could actually pull a few surprises over there. Nagaland clear, BJP all the way.
Yes.
But shall we talk about Meghalaya, Ankit?
Absolutely. Meghalaya at this moment, also, just going with the history and the trend that we have seen in Meghalaya, a fractured mandate seems to be, in fact, the way Meghalaya is going. But NPP significantly is in the single largest party. It's the single largest, emerging as Conrad Sangma's party, coming as a single largest party. And after a bitter campaign between the former allies who formed the government, the BJP and NPP, along with UDP, BJP and NPP had a very, very bitter campaign, especially sharp attacks from the Bharatiya Janata Party. At this moment, it looks like for the Trinamool Congress, in fact, the Trinamool Congress making a significant dent, but just not enough to be, possibly the kingmakers in that sense.
Sure.
Look at that, 22 for the NPP, UDP at 8 right now.
Look, UDP and NPP, Ankit,
30.
Ultimately they're at 30, exactly.
So they just need one more.
So despite their pre-poll differences, I think at this stage it seems quite clear that...
But Vishnu, isn't UDP a kind of proxy for BJP? That weren't they also, isn't there an understanding that UDP was encouraged? They had 4 earlier, so anything more than 4 would have been, there is maybe an understanding with the BJP.
True.
So if NPP and UDP go together, BJP will in any case come along.
But,
so I think that...
But is it, I mean, it has happened before as well.
Yes.
Alliance partner have run a government in Meghalaya, then they have broken up, fought the election, and then come back together to form the government again. In that scenario, it more or less looks like, because, Congress and TMC, for any outside chance, they would have to go in double digits of their own for them to have any sort of chance.
But Ankit and everybody, hold your thoughts, because we've got a very, very special guest. Now, if you thought that we in NDTV could do without Monideepa Banerjee, we evidently can't. So we sent somebody to Monideepa's house and we bound her down and said, Monideepa, we are putting you on air. And here she is, everybody. Monideepa Banerjee, perhaps the most experienced correspondent in all of East India. Wonderful to see you, Monideepa, after such a long time.
Thank you. Thank you, Vishnu.
Monideepa, the broader picture over here. What are you seeing as far as these leads in the 3 states are concerned?
Well, quickly, I mean, Nagaland seems to be now a foregone conclusion. There's really no debate over there, except whether there will be an opposition party at all or not, or whether Nagaland will be an opposition state. That's what we're going to be looking out for. Meghalaya, fascinating, especially because, from Kolkata, the eye is certainly always trained on the Trinamool Congress, and definitely want to see what the Trinamool Congress manages to achieve over there. At the moment, the numbers are, well, not the greatest. It is almost as much as BJP and Congress. Perhaps that should make the Trinamool happy, but we'll have to see what happens there. Most fascinating, definitely, is Tripura, and I was listening into the discussions earlier that you all were having, and I will agree with Nilanjan over there and say that, there is a joke in the Northeast, and that is the opposition wins, but the BJP forms the government. And is that something that we are going to see in Tripura, given the numbers right now? So most fascinating election, I would say, in Tripura. And then, of course, Meghalaya, Nagaland, a foregone conclusion. What is exciting about this set of elections in the Northeast is that the whole country is watching this set of elections. And there are many who are wondering whether the Northeast election results will in any way, sort of show the way to what happens in 2024. In fact, in Bengal, a lot of people are wondering if Tripura is about to snatch that Bengal feather in the cap, which said, what Bengal thinks today, India thinks tomorrow. Are we going to have a situation where we have what Tripura thinks today, India will think tomorrow? So that's the big question, looking at
that is the big question.
So it will have a lot of bearing as far as the opposition unity going in 2024 is concerned. At least some sort of a model may emerge if it is successful. But Monideepa, if I may ask you, in Tripura right now, the Congress possibly doing better than they would have expected themselves. Out of 13 that they are fighting, they are leading 6. Would you think that the Congress is more vulnerable to any kind of poaching post-election, or would it be Tripura Motha in that sense?
Well, Tripura Motha's position is at the moment very clear that they will go with whichever party promises them greater Tripura land. which is bits of, even Bangladesh and Assam, where the Tripura people are there. So that position is something that Mr. Pradyut Manikyadev Barma will have to, decide upon once the picture is absolutely clear. The Congress, at the moment, if it does well with the left, they're not going to go anywhere. What is very interesting is that you mentioned Congress is doing well in Tripura, which is so contrary to what happened in Bengal, where, or rather, where, this whole case of left votes going to the Congress,
yes,
but Congress votes not coming to the left. This is a conundrum that these two parties, who seem to be very keen on alliances, they will have to sort this out. But if at the moment, again, the Congress left numbers I see are down, so is Tripura. Of course, it's all very fluid.
Yeah.
But, again, the signal coming out of Tripura over here is if the Congress left alliance can make a mark, perhaps that will give the opposition across the country some kind of impetus to sort of get together before 2024.
Sure. And Nija, that was my question to you. And then Nalini, perhaps you'd like to come in as well. So what is the signal then to the rest of the country?
Look, I've been thinking this morning, talking to friends, say Nagaland. And Nagaland fascinates me more than the other two states. A state where there's been so much restiveness amongst the Nagas and unhappiness and spats is turning back to the incumbent government.
Right.
Now, Nipu Rio is a very clever leader, a political survivor. He was the youngest chief minister today amongst the oldest politicians in the state. All that Angami, all that is there. But why is this phenomenon taking place? And of course, very fascinating in Nagaland is women contesting the assembly election and likely, I would watch this, likely to win for the first time in its history.
Yeah, right. 4 women candidates.
4 women candidates. Of course, there was Rano Shaiza who won the MP election years ago, but never an assembly election. No. So that is a path-breaking thing if that happens. But Nagaland, there is restlessness. The church has been very angry.
And yet it's a saffron sweep.
I think
most likely.
But I think this is
so why?
So actually, what
I'll just come to
what I get from this is that whatever the politicians at the center are saying, please discount it at least by 50% now. I used to say 30% earlier, it's 50. What the 2024 the scenario that emerges is that a regional party as a nucleus and a national party as something which is buffeting it, that this seems to be something that the voter will not ignore. So that is one. The other one is that when the central parties pick up something which is very emotional, like dynasts that they have been coming along, please look at all 3 states. We have got dynasts even in Nagaland. Naifur Rio's brother has been a deputy speaker. He is an MLA. He is now an advisor to his own brother, officially. You look Conrad Sangma, the Sangma's own Meghalaya. Then you look at Tripura. You've got the dynast of dynasts. You've got the royalty over there. So what I would say is, now begin to discount. And today, if I may say, and it's going to sound a bit crude, that whichever party wins, at least in 2 states, they will celebrate with beef. They will celebrate, their dinner will be constituted of beef. So what are we talking about?
And there will be no talk of religious conversion.
No, and also no talk of religious conversion. So what I'm saying, for me, whatever the rhetoric now of saying, whatever, when you are taking down these 5 or 6 points, please now ignore them, because the voter knows something else. Regional parties are very important.
Precisely, Mr. Chakma, that is the reason what I'm saying. Except Tripura, both the other states, can this be called a victory for the BJP in that sense? Because it is the regional parties, largely as Nalini is saying, which are giving the impetus. Look at Nagaland. Large number of seats, of course, were fought by the NDTV, and they are performing extremely well. So the nucleus, of course, are the regional parties, and the BJP then comes in with, high-flying election machinery with a lot of resources to, in fact, consolidate those gains. In that sense, can this have some large, broad strokes takeaways for the Bharatiya Janata Party nationally?
No, I don't think Bharatiya Janata Party had campaigned at all in Nagaland. The only reason why we have this particular election result is due to the position of the National Socialist Council of Nagaland. Yeah. If NSC-NIM was not holding talks with the government of India today, and if they had told that don't vote for Nepomuceno, you think Nepomuceno would have won the elections. Please remember, in Nagaland, I think it was in 1998, when the NSC-NIM said that nobody should be able to contest elections, only this particular candidates will be able to contest the election. And I think the only guy who put some candidates was George Fernandez, Samata Party. So NSC-NIM plays the critical role. And one of the reasons why there is no contest whatsoever, because talks are possibly at a stage where they don't want to, disturb each other.
Sir, but won't that be,
regional,
but may I say, won't BJP put this as an achievement, that we have been able to come to a situation where there is no hindrance as far as the election is concerned, whether it is by talks or by strengthening the law and order, because there was a pitch made by the opposition parties with number of seats that they fought, that the last election was fought on election for solution that has not been delivered by the BJP, and they're still winning.
Well, BJP can claim it irrespective of whatever we are saying. BJP will claim it. But I think the point which I was trying to make is that we have this current scenario of the election results in Nagaland.
Sorry, just hold on for one sec. That order in the Supreme Court is now taking place. Let's just listen.
The protection available to the Chief Election Commissioner is not available to other election commissioners. Various reports have recommended that the protection against the removal available to the Chief Election Commissioner should be made available to other election commissioners to ensure the independence of the Election Commission. Then I have reproduced certain reports of 2004 followed with 2010. The Office of the Election Commission is an independent constitutional body which has been vested with the powers of superintendence, direction and control of the preparation of electoral rolls and the conduct of all parliamentary and state legislative elections, and that of the Office of the President and Vice President in terms of Article 324(1) of the Constitution. In terms of Article 324(2), the Office of the Election Commission comprises of Chief Election Commissioners and such other number of other election commissioners, if any, as the President may from time to time fix. And by an order dated 1st of October 1993, the President has fixed the number of election commissioners to 2 until further orders. Since 1993, it is a multi-member commission with equal participation in transacting the business of the Election Commission as provided under Chapter 3 of the Act 1991 to ensure the smooth and effective functioning of the Election Commission. Article 324(5) of the Constitution is intended to ensure the independence of the Election Commission free from all external political interference, and thus expressly provides that the removal of the Chief Election Commission from office shall be in like manner as on the grounds of a judge of the Supreme Court. Nevertheless, similar procedure has not been provided for the election commissioners under second proviso to Article 324(5) of the Constitution. However, the other conditions of service of Chief Election Commissioner and other election commissioners have been protected by the legislature under the Act 1991. In the facts and circumstances, keeping in view the importance of maintaining the neutrality and independence of the Office of Election Commission to hold free and fair election, which is a sine qua non for upholding the democracy as enshrined in our Constitution, it becomes imperative to shield the appointment of election commissioners and to be insulated from the executive interference. It is the need of the hour and advisable, in my view, to extend the protection available to the Chief Election Commissioners under the first proviso to Article 324(5) to other election commissioners as well, until any law is being framed by the Parliament. Agreeing on the constituting the committee, my further directions which I have brought in is, it is desirable that the grounds of removal of the election commissioners shall be the same as that of the Chief Election Commissioner, that is on the like grounds as judge of the Supreme Court, subject to the recommendations of Chief Election Commissioner as provided under second proviso to Article 324(5) of the Constitution. And the conditions of service of the election commissioners shall not be varied to his disadvantage after appointment. So I am in agreement with the view, but in addition to it is my additional view on the insulating election commission.
IAS will stand the truth.
Lord, I just wanted to, I'm very grateful for this salutary and very erudite judgment. But that one IA, which was that the pending vacant post of one of the election commissioners,
Not, you have not seen what we have read. Please read the whole document.
Acha, all right.
I mean,
Your Lordship has
not to be
dealt with this issue.
We have dealt with many other aspects.
That is taken care of.
The time to read.
Acha, all right, very well.
We have, including.
In case you've just joined us now, there's breaking news on a day when there's been so much news. But what has actually taken place now in the Supreme Court, a constitution bench has pronounced its verdict on a batch of petitions that sought a collegium-like system comprising of the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice of India and the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha to be the team that selects the Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commissioners. Now, the Supreme Court has said that that will be the case. So they have ordered a committee comprising of the PM, the leader of the opposition, the Lok Sabha, and the Chief Justice to select the Chief Election Commissioner and Election Commissioners at a time when there have been many questions on the functioning of the Election Commission of India, many questions on the transparency and independence of the functioning of the Election Commission of India, many decisions of the Election Commission of India which have been challenged primarily by the opposition. So this is a step that would enhance transparency and perhaps bring the EC back to its status of being one of the bench strengths of our democracy, as it were. I'll just get a couple of quick reactions. Nilandita, would you like to come in with your initial thoughts on this? What does this mean for our democracy?
On the face of it, it is actually a clear indication that the judiciary is not very happy or giving a thumbs down to the government's selection process of the Chief Election Commissioner and the other election commissioners.
Right.
But introducing a committee, we know that what has happened in the past over the CVC.
Absolutely.
So the government has been in a position that despite there being regulations, it can still violate the spirit of the regulation or the rules.
Okay, sir. I beg your pardon, just give me a second. Let me go across to my colleague Arvind Gunasekar, who is in fact at the Supreme Court right now, bringing us more details on this. Arvind, very important observations were also made by the Supreme Court while they were dictating the order. Just take our viewers through the top headline, the top important things that has been said in this regard.
Ankit, in a historic judgment by the Supreme Court Constitution Bench, Supreme Court has held that the Election Commission should act in an independent manner and to ensure that the Election Commission upholds the integrity and also acts in a free and fair manner to conduct elections as per the mandate given under Article 324. Supreme Court has held that there has to be a committee comprising of Prime Minister and also leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, along with the Chief Justice of India, to select the names, to select the Chief Election Commissioners and the Election Commissioners for appointment to the Election Commission. Earlier, the government was selecting the name, the Chief Election Commissioner and also the Election Commissioners, and those names were forwarded to the President, and President used to appoint them. Now, scrapping that particular existing system, now the Supreme Court has formed a panel comprising of Prime Minister, leader of opposition in Lok Sabha and also the Chief Justice of India to finalize a name and to recommend the said name to the President so that the President can appoint someone as the Election Commissioner. So in a historic judgment by the Supreme Court has scrapped the existing system and has put in place a new system, a committee comprising of Prime Minister, leader of opposition in Lok Sabha and also the Chief Justice of India to select the election commissioners, who will in turn, they will recommend to the President, and the President has to appoint them as the election commissioner. So you know the senior most election commissioner will be appointed as the Chief Election Commissioner. That particular system can continue, but the appointment of election commissioners will be done by this particular committee, and then they will be forwarding the name. So this has been pronounced by the Supreme Court Constitution Bench headed by Justice K.M. Joseph. So there was a PL that was filed in Supreme Court saying that the existing system should be scrapped and a collegium-like system comprising of Prime Minister, leader of opposition and the Chief Justice of India should be put in place for the selection and appointment of election commissioners. So a 5-judge bench comprising of Justice Joseph, Justice Ajay Rastogi and also 3 other judges heard this matter extensively. So after a detailed hearing today, Justice Joseph gave us a judgment which was concurred by Justice Ajay Rastogi also. So in a majority view, all the 5 judges have held that there has to be an expert panel
panel comprising of Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha and the Chief Justice of India to select the election commissioners who will in turn recommend to the Prime Minister, who will in turn recommend to the President, and the President will appoint them as election commissioners. So the existing system has been scrapped and the new panel has been put in place.
Arvind, can I also ask you, because we've usually seen when the political parties are in opposition, they have been making this demand previously as well, but suddenly when they come to the government, these voices go very mute. But what I want to understand is, what were the arguments which were made from the side of the government as far as this case is concerned?
Government took a stand saying that this is merely a functioning of an executive. In fact, this was one heated hearing that took place in Supreme Court, wherein Centre clearly told the judiciary, saying that judiciary cannot intervene into this particular case because judiciary's job is just to go for a judicial review. If at all, if there is any existing practice, any existing law in place, that particular law can be looked into, judicially reviewed by the Supreme Court. But whenever there is no law, it has to be left for the Parliament to make a call. If at all, if the Supreme Court finds that there is a grey area for appointment of election commissioners, then it's the duty of the Parliament to fill that particular vacuum. Supreme Court cannot step in to fill that vacuum. That was an argument of the Centre government. In fact, Centre asked Supreme Court not to intervene in this particular case. They said that if at all, if the Supreme Court finds that there is a vacuum in the statute for appointment of election commissioners, then that should be left for the Parliament to take a call, and the Parliament will fill that particular vacuum. But Supreme Court has rejected that argument, saying that it is the Supreme Court has the power under Article 142, and Supreme Court is vested with the power to judicially review the actions taken by the executive. And in this particular case, because there is a vacuum, it's the duty of the Supreme Court to fill that vacuum, and Supreme Court has formed such a panel. And Ankit, this is not the first time such a panel has been appointed. Even for the appointment of CBI director, which based on Supreme Court order, even a similar kind of panel has been put in place for appointment of CBI director. So keeping that in mind, now the Supreme Court has also formed a panel.
I just want to go through and get my panelists to react. I've actually got a couple of important quotes from the judges. Justice J. Joseph, and these are really powerful. Democracy is inexplicably intertwined with power to the people. Democracy facilitates the peaceful revolution in the hands of a common man if held in a free and fair manner. Elections can be conflated with a non-violent coup capable of unseating the most and seemingly powerful governing parties if they do not perform to fulfill the aspirations of the governed. All right. Secularism, a basic feature of the Constitution, must inform all actions with the state and therefore cannot be spurned but observed in letter and spirit. Democracy can be achieved only when the governing dispensation sincerely endeavors to observe the fundamental rights in letter and spirit. Democracy will also become fragile and collapse if only lip service is paid to the rule of law. The Election Commission in India is charged with the duty and bestowed with extraordinary powers to hold elections in both Parliament and state legislatures from time to time. This is an enormous task. The power it possesses under Section 324 is plenary, is only subject to any law that is made by the Parliament and by the state legislature. So undoubtedly the EC is duty bound to act in a fair and legal manner. Wow. So talking not just about the Election Commission, but
Vishnu,
what
this is huge.
It rests on. Nalini.
Yeah, Vishnu, I would say oxygen, and I'm thinking of TN Session today. There is a spirit of TN Session in what you just read out from the judgment of Justice Joseph. Now, I think that it has come today. We are today counting the votes for the northeastern states, which in the past have been most vulnerable to horse trading. I would say that he has talked about a non-violent coup.
Yes,
non-violent coup, which can be done by other means if the Election Commission is not vigilant or compromised. So therefore today, I would say immediately applying it. Why are we wasting even 1 second? We apply it to the government formation in the 3 states that we've been talking about. We are saying that there are always operations which are then mounted in closed rooms, and we don't get to hear about it. This is oxygen, this is sunlight.
May I just add 2 more important things that the order has said. The order has also said that the executive cannot interfere in any way in the working of the Election Commission. the election commissioners will now be provided, the order says, should be given a similar security like the CEC, and the government cannot remove the CEC or the election commissioners. That job would also be then, I mean, whenever the tenure gets over, it would be on the panel to, in fact, make sure that new people come in. Mr. Bose, you were making a point.
No, but
huge.
I mean, this is huge on several counts, and it takes precedence over what is happening in the elections today, because this is a judgment of the Supreme Court on democracy, which will have a huge impact over the years, because we have reached a stage where questions, rightly or wrongly, are being asked about the Election Commission and about the fairness of Indian elections which were held across the world, and how a developing country can hold free and fair elections. Now, this huge achievement of India was being brought into question. It's a
unanimous verdict, 5-0.
Wow. Yeah, and it's amazing because firstly, it does to some extent restore our faith in the senior most judiciary, which was also being questioned, please. Because I have never heard in my 45 years of journalism the kind of questions being raised both about the Election Commission as well as the Supreme Court. As I said, rightly or wrongly, but these questions were being debated. Secondly, and very briefly, this also means that in the ongoing battle between the current government and the senior most judiciary, Supreme Court, as you know, the appointment of judges and everything, this has been going on. The Supreme Court has taken a stand. There's no question about that they are holding on to its own, and they are not basically accepting the center's...
the court has also said something about that appointment. We will need to see that judgment to see what they have said about that appointment of the third election commissioner, which happened while the hearing was going on.
Prashant sir, just one question, single ID. एक सेकंड सर करो सर, आज जो फैसला है इलेक्शन कमीशन को लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, किस तरह से देख रहे हैं? ऐतिहासिक फैसला,
बहुत ऐतिहासिक फैसला है जो लोकतंत्र के ऊपर बहुत असर डालेगा, क्योंकि आज तो हम देख रहे थे कि इलेक्शन कमीशन बिल्कुल सरकार के इशारों पर नाच रहा था, और उसका एक कारण ये था कि सरकार जिसको चाहे बना देती थी। ये अरुण गोयल को भी इसी तरह से बना दिया गया। जब हमारी पिटीशन पेंडिंग थी, सुनवाई शुरू हो गई थी, एक ही दिन में उसको ले आकर सेक्रेटरी से इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अपॉइंट कर।
लेकर जो बहस चली आ रही है वो खत्म होगा, इससे एक हल निकलेगा इस फैसले से?
हाँ, बिल्कुल निकलेगा।
All right, a few more points over here. This is a landmark judgment. Basically, the Chief Election Commissioner of India and election commissioners will be selected by a panel comprising of the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, and the Chief Justice of India. Now, that is what the end result is. But I think the observations of the court, and these find mention in the order itself, are very important. I'll go through one or two of the points. Elections can be conflated with a non-violent coup, right, capable of unseating powerful governing parties if they don't perform to fulfill the aspirations of the governed. Secularism is a basic feature of the Constitution, must inform all actions with the state. Democracy can be achieved only when the governing dispensation sincerely endeavors to observe the fundamental rights in letter and spirit. Any thoughts? Smita, would you like to come in over here? Implications.
Yeah, no, I'll give an example. In a past election, I remember when the Prime Minister and Home Minister had made certain statements which were objected to by the other political parties, and they were really quite, I mean, they went against the spirit of secularism that you have just read out from Justice Joseph. So now let us hope that there will be a level playing field for all political parties. I mean, you know, in the kind of responses during an election also. You know, in the course of an election, political parties, political leaders say all kinds of things. But there should be a level playing field for all political parties. Because what the election commissioners say also influences voters. you know.
Right. Mr. Mukhopadhyay.
And I just wanted a question, if somebody could answer. Will this in any way affect the electoral bonds?
This election?
Not this election.
No.
The electoral bonds, I don't think they can have any
there are
role.
different petitions on that. But Mr. Mukhopadhyay, can I, politically speaking, because this would, by the evening, it will be a complete slugfest as far as the political parties are concerned. Is this a most significant setback to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government since 2014?
Since 2014, I do not know. We'll have to take time. You know, it's almost a decade.
Yeah.
So there have been several setbacks from which it recovered. But over the last 6 months, there have been repeated clashes, differences of opinion between the executive, between the government and the Supreme Court. From the government side, the attack on the Supreme Court, the questions have been raised from two sources, essentially from the Vice President of India and by the Minister for Law. These are the two people who have repeatedly raised questions. This is also the year, 2023 is also the year when it is the 40th anniversary. In fact, in April, it will be the 40th anniversary of the Keshavanand Bharti case.
Yes.
Now, that is the case which actually laid out a basic structure of the Constitution. The Vice President has said that there is nothing, that the Supreme Court does not have the right to interpret laws that are passed by Parliament, because we are the ones who are elected. The Supreme Court is not elected. So you cannot have the tyranny of the elected. That is, a question which emerges. Democracy is very good, but we know that the democratic routes have been used by various regimes all over the country and across history to go and actually hollow out the democratic institutions.
Yes.
Supreme Court has realized that it's time for it to make its position very clear and try to resist it. I think that this judgment has to be seen as part of several steps which have been taken by the judiciary to ward off the pressure coming from the executive. How it plays out is something very important we have to see.
There is an explanation of the logic of why the Supreme Court has done this, right? Because they have stated quite explicitly the power in the hands of the CEC and the ECs, which is why they need to be ring-fenced in terms of their selection and their mandate. Justice Joseph again, the fate of political parties and candidates, and therefore of democracy itself, to a great extent is allowed to rest in the hands of the Election Commission. While there may be officers who assist the Commission, vitally important decisions have to be taken by those at the helm of affairs. It's the Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commissioner at the whole table that the buck must stop. That's the decision. Yes. These are the officers who control our democratic fate.
Vishnu, may I just read what former CEC, Dr. S.Y. Qureshi has said on this judgment? He has tweeted and he has said, "At last, Supreme Court has clinched it. The demand has been pending for 2 decades. Good for the perception of neutrality of the Election Commission." This is somebody who served one of the most respected election commissioners, if may I add. Arvind continues to be with us. Arvind, you cover the Supreme Court. You also cover the Election Commission. I just wanted to, one clarification, because Prashant Bhushan also made that point. When the hearing was going on, the third election commissioner was appointed by the government. At that point of time also, there were questions being raised on that. Will this have any bearing on that, appointment as well? And if I may ask you, the current system, because the tenure, till when is the tenure of the current election commissioner in the CEC? When does it come into effect?
Ankit, before answering the second question, let me answer the first one. Former IAS officer, retired IAS officer of the Punjab cadre, Arun Goyal, was appointed as the election commissioner by the centre government, BJP-led centre government. During the course of the hearing, the matter was heard by the Supreme Court, and that's where Supreme Court expressed its displeasure. In fact, they asked the centre government to furnish all the files and records on the appointment of Arun Goyal as election commissioner. In fact, centre did resist submitting those files, but Supreme Court made made it very clear that all the files and records pertaining to the appointment of Arun Goel as the election commissioner should be placed before the court. That was an interim order given by the Supreme Court, and based on the order given by the Supreme Court, Centre did place all the files and records to the appointment pertaining to the appointment of Arun Goel. But interestingly, in that particular, after going through the records and files, and that's why Supreme Court raised a pertinent question, like how was Arun Goel even selected as, because the recommendation was given by, shortlisting was done and given by the Ministry of Law, and then the Minister of Law and Justice gave the final name to the Prime Minister, and then Prime Minister cleared it, and then it was sent to the President. So entire process took place within 24 hours, and that's why Supreme Court asked the centre government, after going through the files, that how can a person chosen, how can this particular entire process of selection process was done within 24 hours, merely in 24 hours, and where is the application of mind? And that's why Supreme Court asked several questions to the centre government, and centre did answer the Supreme Court, saying that it shows that the government is working expeditiously, though they don't want there should be a vacancy in the election commissioner, and that's why the centre acted swiftly and then filled that particular post. So on an interim application that was filed by Prashant Bhushan challenging this very appointment of Arun Goel as an election commissioner, Supreme Court has passed a different order, a separate order on to the respect of this particular interim application. That particular order was not read out in the open court, so we are waiting for the final order copy, the written order copy, where the appointment of the Arun Goel has also been challenged. That will be given as a separate order by the Supreme Court.
You know, there's another part of this, and I've got a few more quotes of this. This is actually a judgment about democracy in as much as it is about the Election Commission. The judges were looking at our democratic nature, and they said, in looking at the Election Commission and transparency in our democratic process, you know what they said? They said a large section of the media has abdicated its role and become partisan.
Wonderful. I want to clap on that. I really think that we deserve accolades. The judge deserves accolades for saying that for a large part of the media.
Let me just warn you about one thing. Although these are very heartening.
Please note, Ajay has been warning now for the last half an hour.
Yeah, and let me just warn you that while these are very heartening, these observations by the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court has earlier, over the past several years, made a lot of these heartwarming observations. What we should, however, look at is the operative part. The operative part, and which will make it even more interesting in the case of Arun Goel, because that is what has to be followed.
Yes.
And these observations, all right, government will say we are, of course, the most secular and, everything. So, I mean, I don't think that will really matter, but it is a great morale booster that the Supreme Court is making these observations. But the operative part is that the next election commissioner, and nobody answered that question, how long is the term of the current CEC? Can anybody answer that?
Does anybody know? Mr. Rajiv Kumar will be the CEC till the Lok Sabha election.
So nothing changes really.
No, one thing can change. We will have to wait for the order of Arun Goel.
Yeah.
Because we don't yet know, and Arvind is in a better position to answer that. If the Supreme Court gives a judgment against that, then there will be a new election commissioner out of the at least the three that will have to be appointed.
Yeah. But Ankit, I would say that I hardly ever disagree with Ajoy, but today I will vehemently. What he says is that things will more or less carry on because these are just good, strong words and they'll mean nothing. It is up to us now, whether it is the media or the Indian citizen, to say that this is what is going to operate now. It is not left to the government. Let me give you a very telling example. When Mr. Sunil Arora was appointed election commissioner, he deferred the Gujarat elections because he said there were floods and relief has to be distributed. That went entirely against, because by that time, I don't think the conditions prevailed on the ground. The issue is that if the chief election commissioner and commissioners are listening to the government and acting by the ruling party's interests, then all that Justice Joseph and the other learned 4 judges have said about erosion of democracy is something that we can see. So therefore, if such a situation were to ever arise, we've got our judgment in our hands, and we cannot now sleep and say, look, the operation is anyway to be done by the Tehsildar. No, it will be done by us.
So, a point just before that, one more quote of the Supreme Court on the key point on how does the Election Commission get influenced or affected and no longer ceases to be independent? The judge said, one of the judges said in the order, one of the ways it can interfere, in other words, one of the ways the government can interfere is cutting off financial support. A vulnerable election commission would result in an insidious situation and detract from its efficient functioning. But go ahead.
I was just saying, I think it provides the institutional framework for the election commission to operate in an independent manner. Because you are not only having the process of selection, you are also having the tenurial security that you cannot be touched during this point of time. You remember, forgot the name, the former election commissioner who had to be posted to the Asian Development Bank.
Mr. Lavasa.
Yeah, Mr. Lavasa, Ashok Lavasa. You know, I mean, so this tenurial security is very important. At the end of the day, what matters is an individual. Because if the Chief Justice is very firm, you could see that other judges are willing to operate in an independent manner. But if the Chief Justice himself is actually kowtowing to the government, then they do not operate. So if you have election commissioners who are appointed and they have this spine, they know that their tenure is secure, you cannot take actions against them, then that in a way, you know, I mean, would help in the long run. Earlier we didn't even have that protection. So at the moment, at least we have the selection as well as the tenurial protection.
Nilanjan, you wanted to make a point, and may I also just add in that, optics-wise and politically, at this moment when every third day we used to see the opposition parties going to the election commission with a gyapan or a memorandum or with a complaint, does this come as a shot in the arm for the opposition ahead of 2024? At least narrative-wise.
I think it does. I mean, look, from a larger political science perspective, the holy trinity of a fair electoral process is A, political financing, how candidates are being selected, who's financing them, B, the conduct of elections, and see what happens after an election. Now, the Election Commission is in charge of the first two in some way, shape, and form. And I think that if we think about the democratic health of the country, the first, political financing, and the third, post-electoral bargaining, have not been looking too good in terms of citizens' trust in the system. So the reason why this is important is there a lot to do to clean up the electoral system? Are there still ways around a fair electoral process? Sure. But the fact that the Supreme Court is saying what it is saying, right, and demanding a process which can be messed up in a few different ways, is a huge step to at least demonstrate to the citizens that, yes, we understand this is a problem. There is some larger belief that there has been degradation in the quality of the democratic process. And it's something that the Election Commission is going to have to start working on.
Vishnu, may I just then, Professor Sanjay Kumar is also joining us on the broadcast. May I just turn this and, like you were saying, that citizens are worried post-election scenarios, but are the voters actually worried? I don't remember. Take for example the election that held in Goa. Everybody switched from the party that they fought the election on, and they were still able to win. Does those things of what we are talking about, of muscle being used or XYZ defections in forming the government, does that even concur as far as the voters are concerned? They don't seem to be putting a cost to that when the candidates go back and ask for votes.
So it's an interesting question. I mean, I know you've also spent a lot of time in the field. I mean, I think one of the concerning things for those of us who've been doing field work for the last 5 to 10 years is the extent to which citizens believe that there's a democratic process, their vote counts, but they also believe that politics in some sense is a separate sphere from what they're doing at the polling booth. That is something, that's a calculation that happens between leaders. I've cast my vote for the politician that I care about. The fact that you can buy over MLAs from one party to the next, that's just sort of how politics happens. That's how governments are formed. In a proper democratic system, you want the accountability and the representative function to be as close to what the person is putting in at the polling booth, and you want the citizen to be able to choose between as many candidates as possible, poor, rich, across caste, across religion.
May I just suggest, Ojoy, to the point that you were making earlier on, that I mean, this EC will be there, CEC, till 2024. I would suggest the spirit of this judgment applies immediately, the moment it is issued.
My point is, and I think that's very important, to understand the importance both of the Constitution and the Supreme Court. The Constitution is a document which basically underlies the idea of India. And the Supreme Court is not an elected body. They have no direct communion with people.
Right.
That is why they stand apart. And this is very important in what these questions were and what you were raising. Even if people, and that is why it is very, very dangerous to accept the argument that Parliament is supreme, that we have been elected, we can do anything we like, even if we tear up the Constitution.
Right.
Even if we can ignore the Supreme Court. That is why the Supreme Court is there. And that is why what we look to the Supreme Court to play its role, that it is not playing politics. It is standing above and seeing what is good for the country, good for the nation, good for democracy. And I think that is a very important, and I think the Supreme Court is living up to what it should be.
But what does it mean that the Supreme Court has to design a fair system and the politicians couldn't come up with one themselves?
May I just answer that, Vishnu, with your permission, and Ankit's, that the point that Nilanjan has just raised. The issue is now the citizens, it is really up to the citizens to now really wake up and get out of bed. The issue is that if the politicians today again indulge in horse trading and in bringing the agencies on, the ED, CBI, IB, whatever, in an unfair manner, then we should say that politics is a business. I start with 2 crores, 5 crore rupees in my kitty, I get a ticket, I spend the money. If the party can't give it to me, they give me 5 crores, I have 5 crores. 10 crores. Today, I'm told that for the election that will be fought this year, the going rate is 20 crores. 20 crores is what will be spent. Maybe you give it to the party, maybe you collect it. Now, the point is, the 20 crores will then be retrieved. So, politics is a business, and politicians also are very economical with the truth.
Yes.
They also tell lies. So this judgment over here today, starting with the Election Commission can't just say, look, we can only see the process. The process will go down, as I did say at that time, to today. Will there be horse trading in the Northeast?
All right,
and then
let's turn
on
our attention to the other simultaneous World Cup match taking place. and this one, of course, in the election theatre, as it were, 3 states in the Northeast, and Meghalaya, Nagaland and Tripura. I think the leads now would very likely start translating into results. We've also got Sanjay Kumar with us, CSDS. Thanks very much. One of India's finest psephologists with us. Just in terms of the Tripura situation, the BJP and its allies now at 33, just above that halfway mark. It's not really gone down as it was at one stage. It's a complete walkover for the BJP and the NDPP. The NDPP being the principal party in alliance member in Nagaland, so that's going to be a saffron sweep. Meghalaya needs a lot of analysis. We're going to do that. The NPP is at 26. The UDP is at 8. The NPP and the UDP do have had an association in the past, but the BJP hasn't done all that well. But where does it stand? The Trinamool Congress is actually got as many leads as the Congress and the BJP.
Yeah, but Vishnu, largely if you look at, Meghalaya, if this stays, then it's very, very clear. There is no other permutation combination that
without the BJP.
Even with the BJP, see, 26,
so
post 25,
NPP plus who?
NPP plus UDP and BJP. Professor Kumar, that is how...
But why not NPP plus UDP without the BJP?
But then why would they? Why they would want to take the advantage of the
being
center,
with the center?
With them.
Let's talk.
They want to take the help of the center because there is a way of working with the center. There is a patron-client relationship which the BJP has very comfortably taken over the Congress system which used to exist within the Northeast, and that has been the success of the BJP. Absolutely. And I see no reason for either of the two parties breaking that.
Sure. Professor Kumar, your initial thoughts start with Meghalaya.
No, I think we were talking about who can align with whom. If you look at the electoral history for the last 5 years, 7 years, we have seen strange combinations being formed. There was a government of BJP with PDP in Jammu and Kashmir, and we can keep naming different states of different kinds of combinations. So very difficult to make a prediction that party A and party B cannot align. There is all possibility of different kinds of alliances being formed if you need to form the government. So I don't rule out different kinds of combination, because Meghalaya is certainly heading for a hung assembly, and parties would need to come together to form the government. Let's see who is going to form.
Do you believe it's inevitable that the BJP would be part of the formation that comes to power in Meghalaya?
Inevitable would be a too strong a word. I don't think inevitable, but I think there is a tendency among various political parties to align with BJP if there is a need, because they think aligning with BJP gives them a mileage, because BJP is such a powerful party and also at the center, so they can take mileage, various kinds of mileage.
And stability as well. I mean, then you are not in more ways than one, you are not in danger of your party being completely split apart or cases against you.
No doubt about that.
So that gives you that kind of a stability in the government. But Professor Kumar, your thoughts on Tripura, where most exit polls, there are few those who peg the BJP just short of the majority, but most of them, and the mean was, if I'm not mistaken, 35 or 36 of the for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Is this performance of the BJP much below what they would have themselves expected, the way they had pitched themselves when they fought the election with the massive campaign that was
down 11,
I don't think this would be much below their expectations. But I think they were confident that they will get a majority, and even I was confident that they will get a majority simply by a three-way contest in Tripura. Look at all the states which has gone to poll during last 9 years. Wherever there is a three-way contest, BJP does get a benefit. Even if the BJP's vote share goes down, BJP manages to win election. That's what is happening in Tripura.
So the TMC also playing a part as far as the urban areas and Bengali-speaking population is concerned. In Tripura,
no.
TMC fought the election, right? 30 seats.
Oh, contesting election is different.
No, but did they take away the vote? Anti-BJP vote, did it not?
No, I don't think so. That's because once we get the vote share estimates, we would get to know. But I don't think TMC would even end up with 2% votes.
Right. With Tripura, I mean, their best hope, of course, is of best performance in these elections is for Meghalaya, where they would be hoping to get at least more than 6% vote. But very, very interesting, what is happening at this moment. Even in the left and the Congress alliance, and this is what I've been pointing out to, the Congress seems to be doing better than most expectations were. At this moment, they are leading on 6 seats of the 13 that they fought with the left. I mean, largely, of course, because of the transfer of the vote as far as the left parties are concerned. But is Congress also in any way, if the BJP needs, more vulnerable at this moment of defections like we have seen in other states?
First, I don't think such a situation is going to arise in Tripura. BJP would certainly get a majority. That's my belief, that BJP is going to get a majority. Yes, if the situation arises, hypothetically, that BJP needs alliances, Congress would definitely be in a vulnerable position.
And why do I say that? Tripura Mota, who've done really well at 11.
I don't think, because Tripura Mota is contesting the election more on the issue of identity. It's about identity, their separate identity. Why I'm saying Congress would be vulnerable, because there is a historical data to that. State by state, last 9 years, which party is most vulnerable? It's Congress which is most vulnerable. Why this can't happen in Tripura? There is a possibility of same thing happening in Tripura as well.
Sajid, since you're here with us, would you like to reflect on what's happened in the Supreme Court today, where the Supreme Court has ruled that the Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commissioner must be sort of selected by the PM, the Leader of the Opposition, and the Chief Justice of India? What is the implication of that in your mind to our grand spectacle, which is our democracy?
See, I would try to explain by how people look at Election Commission of India. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, nobody talked about this institution. Ever since TN Session became the CEC, people started talking about Election Commission of India. There is a lot of talk about Election Commission if we look at the last 5 years. And what is the talk about? The talk is about declining integrity of election, or declining legitimacy of Election Commission. People have started talking about that Election Commission is also one of those institutions which is under the pressure of the government. So the legitimacy, if we go by the findings of various surveys which we have been doing, people have started losing, I won't say complete erosion of in the faith of Election Commission, but there is a systematic decline in the integrity of Election Commission. I think with this decision, at least people would start looking at maybe there is a change. And if something of this kind happen, we don't know. There is a judgment of this kind. We don't know how it's going to be implemented.
You know, Derek O'Brien of the TMC has just tweeted his reaction on this important verdict. And in this, he has said, so extremely compromised, that is EC, he in brackets can again strive to become extremely competent, again EC in brackets, on the decision that has come out at this moment. So like we were discussing, the opposition will feel that there is at least a narrative that they can build against the government with
it's a huge moral booster for the opposition.
It'll apply in West Bengal too.
Yeah.
So
the question is, that there are two things which happen. We are going to have elections in Karnataka, and then again rest of the year we'll have in 5 states, important 6 states. Mizoram is also there. So what has to be seen is that during the elections, 2 things happen, and it has actually happened a lot in the last several years. One is that during campaign, one set of the same law is used against one set of people and against the other set of people. This hate speech business. Some people are always penalized for making so-called alleged hate statements, and the others are allowed to go away. The other is this thing, something which has been felt by a lot of people, is campaigning on the day of voting. Campaigning not by a public mean, but by celebrating democracy.
Sure.
So celebrating democracy becomes a campaign in yourself.
Okay.
That has to, those are the things. So we'll have to see that in Karnataka post this order, whether this election commission or not. Arun Goyal is of course a separate matter, we'll get to see about it. But is this current EC, the election commission, getting the message from the judgment and then putting, ensuring that the letter of the rules which it is there in its powers, whether they are being implemented or not.
Monadeepa Banerjee back with us once again. Monadeepa, a little while earlier on, until all this happened in the Supreme Court, we were looking very closely at Meghalaya and the Trinamool Congress. The numbers, the leads now have changed somewhat. So it's Trinamool, which is up 5. They didn't have a say in the last elections, 2018 in Meghalaya. So they've got 5 leads now. That's equal to the Congress, which is down massively, down 16. But they're equal to the BJP as well. Now, the Trinamool was counting on a lot more in Meghalaya to make themselves being seen as a national party. Where does this lead position make them think they are at this stage?
Well, it's very curious that the Trinamool has the equal number of leads as the BJP and the Congress. And what the Trinamool was hoping for was that they would beat the Congress and the BJP numbers in Meghalaya and emerge, if not as part of the ruling coalition, but certainly the main opposition party. Is that going to happen? That's going to be the moot question for the Trinamool at the moment, given the numbers in Meghalaya, that's for sure. The Trinamool, I was talking to leaders as to what's the big deal about contesting in Meghalaya, also in Tripura. In Tripura, they sort of ran out of steam after I think 16% vote in the civic elections in Agartala. They kind of ran out of steam, but persisted in Meghalaya. They've been there for about a year, which is certainly a lot more time than they spent in Goa. So the answer from Trinamool leaders is that, they feel that, they shouldn't be run down as trying to beat the Congress, but they should be seen as a party which can contribute to an opposition unity at the center in 2024. The example cited was the opposition in 2024 should not be led by one party or one leader, but it should be a hydra-headed monster which can take on the BJP in 2024, and which is why they wanted to do a good job in Meghalaya, etc. Whether that's going to happen now, at the moment, looks like a big question. 5-5-5 at the moment for BJP, Trinamool, and the Congress in Meghalaya. Just one line I want to add, and that is on the whole Supreme Court judgment, and that is, I just feel that what the Supreme Court has done today is, in a way, refreshed the definition of a healthy democracy. The quality of democracy is what the Supreme Court has defined today, and that might is not right. But I think I just had to share this with you.
Absolutely.
I felt it was wonderful what the Supreme Court has done.
Ankit, can we talk about Nagaland? What's happening in Nagaland? Who are these 20 others?
Okay,
we had NDPP doing NDPP.
20 others, that's a change of 16, up 16.
Yeah, so
we'll in fact just go across and take a look deeply on who these candidates are, but very quickly, because every time there is an election, there is a massive conversation around how the BJP fights the election and how the opposition parties in comparison come out and fight the election, the hunger that people talk about, Prime Minister touring. So how did the top faces, and BJP did deploy a fair amount of their firepower as far as the elections in Northeast are concerned, how did they fare as far as the election goes? So Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he addressed multiple rallies in poll-bound states, 3 in the state of Tripura, 1 each in Nagaland and Meghalaya, if I am not mistaken. He held 2 road shows also in Tripura. He held road shows in Meghalaya and Nagaland as well. So the Prime Minister, he puts himself out there in every election, and that BJP takes as a plus, as a trump card over whatever their local team or the unit has been able to in fact prepare. Then the Home Minister Amit Shah's, his rally in Nagaland, and he spent a night in Nagaland. That was first from any Home Minister of the country since independence. So this was being spoken about and being highlighted by the BJP in the election campaign of Nagaland. He also significantly spoke about the Armed Forces Special Power Act being withdrawn, and that has had a significant impact, at least as far as the fortunes of the alliance is concerned. He held rallies in Tripura and Meghalaya as well. Now compare this to Rahul Gandhi, the Congress leader, just fresh out of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and I can completely understand it was a long yatra. He must have been tired, but a lot of people were, raising questions about whether the Congress would be able to capitalize on the kind of, at least the PR campaign and the cadre rejuvenation exercise that they had indulged in. He addressed only 1 rally in Meghalaya, and its capital Shillong. The argument of the Congress party is that, he's just a star campaigner. He's no longer the president of the party. Why put so much pressure on him? But who else, if not the Gandhis, as far as the Congress is concerned? Mamata Banerjee, the TMC chief, Supremo, Chief Minister of West Bengal, a lot riding for her, in Meghalaya and also in Tripura. TMC focused on Meghalaya massively. Mamata Banerjee held multiple rallies, and her very, Mamata Banerjee-style Pad Yatras, where she walks for kilometers and meets people. Hemanta Biswa Sarma, a lot riding for this man, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the way, if the BJP is able to form the government in all 3 states, his stakes in the party are going to go up significantly. He was the BJP star campaigner for elections, the lead strategist, and by all means, Vishnu, we can conclude at this moment, Hemanta Biswa Sarma would be most busy. Guwahati is just, Shillong is just few hours from Guwahati. So at this moment, I'm sure Hemanta Biswa Sarma is trying to do his magic to ensure.
He's looking at Meghalaya very closely.
Actually, this is a very good question. What will happen to the status of Hemanta Biswa Sarma?
So Tuesday he met Conrad Sangma, as you know.
The status nationally or internationally or interplanetary, to the status, because if he wins these 3, if he doesn't win these 3, that would be something which we have to look at apart. But I'd just say, just going back to Nagaland, just doing a very quick check.
Yeah.
Lok Janshakti Party, the ones that are leading, LJP, Ramvilas Paswan, NCP, JDU, RPI, Athawale. So we've got these parties also with one.
But they have always fought a few seats. Always these symbols have found somebody, taking the symbol and fighting the election.
Basically, symbol and status. That is what the battle is for.
Yeah. I just want to go quickly across to Ratnadeep, who joins us in Agartala. Vedant joins us in Nagaland, in Kohima, the NDPP headquarters. Give us a sense of what's happening around you. It's a clear-cut result. The NDPP likely to come back to power almost certainly. They've actually gone up 4. So celebrations already. What are you seeing?
Well, Vishnu, as I had pointed out earlier as well, that, you know, celebrations, etc. very, I mean, it doesn't really happen here as far as Nagaland is concerned. It's all very choreographed. But the real story here, of course, as you guys were discussing just now as well, are the smaller parties, and they are likely to also join the government. That is going to be interesting because, as you were discussing, the LJP, the NCP, the RJD, JDU, all are leading in 2 seats each. Now, that is huge because remember, so far, of course, the Naga People's Front was the only party other than the BJP-NDTV alliance which was able to make a mark till now. But these parties have now emerged. In fact, we also saw how Nitish Kumar in also a statement said that, you know, these parties, the Bihar parties, are going to emerge as kingmakers in the Nagaland election. Now, that's not going to happen, of course, but the fact is that they are leading in 2 seats each, and they will be part of the government as well. In fact, we were also told by sources that the NDTV is also in touch with these smaller parties other than the BJP and you know, looking to take them on board as well. However, as of now, the NDTV-BJP alliance looks very strong, leading in well over 35 seats right now. So as far as the activity here is concerned, the Chief Minister is expected, the incumbent Chief Minister is expected to address a press conference in about an hour from now. So things are looking good for the BJP-NDTV alliance. The BJP in charge for the state has also flown down to Nagaland. In fact, Temje Mimna Along, who's the president of the BJP here in the state, also expected in Dimapur any time from now.
Okay. You wanted to make a point, yeah?
I was just talking about the smaller Bihar parties being considering themselves as kingmakers, but they can only make the BJP king there. What kind of impact does?
But you know, we saw that in the last assembly as well. There was zero opposition in the assembly. Everybody was supporting.
My point is that these parties are nationally they are opposed to the BJP.
But I don't think so that Mr. Nitish Kumar or anybody, Mr. Athawale himself would have that much hold on these MLAs. I mean, they can switch anytime they want.
I'm just saying it's a comment.
But let's go across from the quite serene surroundings that Vedant was in Kohima to the a lot more colourful and loud surroundings that Ratnadeep, our colleague, finds himself in Agartala. Ratnadeep, celebrations again for the BJP. Last time they were quiet. Are they making some noise now?
That's right. They are making some noise. You can see here the BJP supporters once again a bit jubilant. You can see those colors being now, you know, bursted. Crackers were being bursted. Means again they're chanting their slogans. This is because now they realize that their party is going to be the single largest party in this election. That's the trend that we are getting, and they're hopeful that they will be crossing the magic number as well. In fact, at this moment, as they lead in more than 30 seats, but the counting is taking place. About 4 or 5 rounds are over, so around 4 rounds in each of the constituencies are left. So therefore, this is like halfway mark in most of the bigger constituencies. So therefore, the BJP supporters are hopeful that this trend would continue and they would be, you know, able to cross the magic figure of 31, and they're hopeful that they can form the government of their own. However, the biggest news which is coming out of Tripura is the fact that Tripura Motha party is now emerging as the second largest party. It is ahead of the left and the Congress in terms of the seats that they are leading. So really what is important here to see is that the left and the Congress really could not perform the way they had claimed, and therefore it seems that the BJP is inching towards the magic figure, and Tripura Motha party really creating the impact, becoming the main opposition party, it seems. But more rounds are left, so we have to wait and watch.
All right, more rounds are left, but I think the writing is increasingly on the wall. We're going to take a short break, come back to the very latest, the elections in Meghalaya, in Tripura and in Nagaland. Now, Nagaland clean sweep for the NDTV. Tripura, it's pretty close at this stage, it appears. The BJP will, if these trends continue, come to power. It's Meghalaya, which is interesting because there are smaller parties involved over there as well. Let's just see how that goes. It appears that Conrad Sangma will be safe one way or the other. We'll take a short break, come back with the very latest.